Knowledge is power. Welcome to Kingdom Insights, where we look at all sides to discern the truth. And the truth of the matter is, Gaza needs your help. Never before has any people on earth needed us like Gaza does now. Never before has only international action of individuals, organizations, and governments been more necessary. Coalitions have never been more necessary. Stepping out from behind the shadows has never been more necessary. And divorcing ourselves from those who seem like hegemons, but are leading us into dark times. A dark future without hope. Those of you who have been watching the devolving issues going on in the Middle East must appreciate that this crisis has reached a loggerhead. Never before have we been more ashamed of our governments. The government of Canada has never had a lower moment than this point. Since the foundation of the Dominion to this very day, I would say this is the lowest point in Canadian foreign policy history. When we signed on with these other nations malevolently to deny Palestinians the right to food, shelter, clothing, we sided with Yoav Gallant when he said no food, no water, no fuel, no electricity to Gaza. That is collective punishment. And for Canada to have signed on to that is a disgrace. I shudder to think what the next administration will do if it is a conservative one. Therefore, it is incumbent on citizens like ourselves, who have access to all the information at our fingertips and the analytical mind. This is what's lacking in government. It's what's lacking internationally, even at the UN. The analytical mind, tempered by a moral heart. With these two things, you cannot steer yourself wrong. All across the Arab world, they are saying the right things, but quietly. Turkey, while saying that Benjamin Netanyahu should go before the ICC, he's still trading weapons with Israel. Shame on you, Mr. Erdogan. Shame on the border guards of Egypt, charging UNRWA bribes to get aid money into Gaza, to get aid goods into Gaza. Shame on you. You should not be charging anyone to bring goods into a disaster area. Shame on you, the people of Israel, the common folk of Israel, who have turned into genocidal maniacs, demanding access to Gaza so that you can stake your claim. And in Gaza City, set up some kind of Hebrew nation. Gaza has never belonged to Israel in 5,000 years. Not under King David, not under King Solomon, not under Joshua. Gaza has never belonged to Israel. You have no right to Gaza. Get out of Gaza immediately. It's time for us to stop equivocating with this petit bourgeois. It's time for us to speak morally and resoundingly. No further. Are we to wait till we hear next week when the IDF reaches Rafah Gate and Egypt is forced to respond? And the gates are blown up. and 20,000 people die in a single day because of the concentration of humanity, starving humanity at Rafah Gate. This would destroy all access to humanitarian aid. This is why they're attacking UNRWA. On January 6th of 2024, a Knesset member, we have the recording. Let's just get her up there. Give me 1 second. This is so vital to what we're doing here today. Okay, her name is Nagoa Arbel, and she's a lobbyist and a Knesset member, and she said, it will be impossible to win the war if we do not destroy UNRWA. It will be impossible to win the war if we do not destroy UNRWA. She said this on the 6th of January. And here you are, doing what she said to the government of Israel that should be done. Does Justin Trudeau serve the government of Israel or the government of Canada? You've reached the point as nations where your racism has reached the sky. The European Union, speaking about the Hungarian leader, besmirched him and called him by his race as to separate him from Europeans, calling him a neighbor rather than an ally, threatening him with sanctions, treating him as less. Russia is watching you. The global south is watching you. The offense that you give to Hungary is reverberated in Africa. The offense that you give to Hungary is reverberated in Asia. None of us are fools. All of us have eyes, and we see more than you. So listen to us carefully. We cannot suffer any more of your racist, supremacist apologetics for Israel or yourselves. It's time. It's time that the United States of America realized a project for a new American century is not going to materialize. The multipolar experience is upon us, and we have tasted it. We have witnessed the emerging powers stand up to the hegemon. We do not want to see America fall, and we do not want to see Israel die. The Israeli people have given into grief and turned grief into an industry and a culture surrounded by death and destruction. There is no peace in the Middle East so long as Zionism is king in Israel and it's not balanced by morality, community, thoughts of the other. You cannot spend this century on self. The 20th century was the century of self. The 21st century cannot be the same. It must be the century of the global community. And either right now, you get out of the United Nations and form whatever you want, go and form NATO, another European Union, whatever experience you'd like. But the rest of us believe that the United Nations is the best and only vehicle that can help the Palestinian people today. With that, a comprehensive crisis response. for Gaza. In the face of escalating conflict in Gaza, the need for a comprehensive crisis response is more urgent than ever. This proposal outlines a multifaceted approach to address the immediate humanitarian crisis and lay the groundwork for a lasting peace. It advocates for global recognition of the Palestinian state, full UN membership for Palestine, and the implementation of the ICJ provisional measures, all 6 of them, including the report that's due on the 17th. ICJ provisional measures to halt any actions deemed as genocide. It also calls for a reevaluation of the United Nations Security Council veto powers and comprehensive aid package to Gaza, economic sanctions against Israel, the deployment of a UN peacekeeping force, and accountability for alleged war crimes. Each measure is designed to alleviate suffering, uphold justice, and move towards a resolution that respects the rights and dignity of all people involved. Something that my friends in the United States of America, the government of the United States of America, not the people, have failed to do. It's amazing how powerful the Israeli lobby is in the West. That said, as a biblical scholar, especially in the Torah, I've spent 6 years studying the Torah. And what's going on in Israel has nothing to do with that. Those rabbis who are called ultra-Orthodox, you must start to convene and to convey the need for Western nations to reach out to religious leaders, not just Zionists. You must reach out to the Muslim world because they are offended. In Canada, just this last week, the Muslim leaders refused to take a phone call from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. The same exact thing happened on the campaign trail in the Muslim community with regard to the President of the United States. You have to understand that Muslims are coming together all over the world over this issue. And I, as a Christian, understand. You see, what's happened here is not just you exposing yourself, but it showed us that the secularist, humanist government lacks something very important. That is moral certainty. The international rules-based order worked for some time, but now we see it doesn't work for Gaza. And I don't think you understand. We will not rest. We will not sleep until it works for Gaza. If your rules-based order will not help Gaza, we will burn down your rules-based order and replace it with something else. And what we find when we open up the UN Charter is we find the remedy is right there before our very eyes. So if you lift your hand and veto again, perhaps we remove the ability to veto. Perhaps we remove the 5 permanent UN members. It's time to shake things up. And that's what this presentation is designed to do. Let me pick up where I believe we were. Yes, it also calls for reevaluation of the UNSC's, that's the United Nations Security Council's veto powers, a comprehensive aid package to Gaza, which is vital, and an aid package to Gaza above and beyond what UNRWA had in its budget, because UNRWA did not budget for a genocide. UNRWA did not budget for starvation. Economic sanctions against Israel, the deployment of a UN peacekeeping force, accountability for alleged war crimes. Each measure is designed to alleviate suffering, uphold justice, and move toward a resolution that respects the rights and dignity of all people. The path forward is challenging. It certainly is. But with concerted international effort and commitment to these principles, a peaceful and just solution is within reach. Keyword just. We're not going back to Israel occupying Gaza. Gaza faces 3 emergencies at once: the necessity for a ceasefire, the humanitarian crisis, the food insecurity, the shelter insecurity, and the healthcare insecurity. These 3 are the primes. Third is the political situation, which must be addressed. 2 parts. First, declare Palestine a state. Thank you to the British who are taking this seriously. This is the move, Canada. This is the move for everyone in the West. All of you who got stuck in the mud in this UNRWA defunding nonsense, you must declare Palestine a state. Do you see how you're signaling yourself out? We know you who defunded UNRWA also have not recognized Palestine as a state. You want the world to recognize Israel, recognize Palestine first. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And if you will not learn it, there are the gallows. Gaza faces 3 emergencies, as we stated. Third is the political situation, which I spoke to. 2 parts: declare Palestine a state. And second is Israel's occupation of the West Bank, Gaza, Jerusalem. Even those Muslims who have the misfortune of living within Israel proper, they must be protected. And if you come against them, the UN peacekeepers will not just be in the occupied territories, they will be in Tel Aviv. If the West doesn't want to stand up and lead, the rest are ready. We've always been ready. So these are the measures. I haven't even gotten to number 1 yet, and there's over 33, so buckle up, friends. 1, rapid response to Gaza's famine. A UN emergency action. You see, Mr. Gutierrez and others, they've spoken about the issue. Not only that, when you see the gentleman from the WHO, after what we've went through with COVID, when you see the gentleman from the WHO, be afraid. Now, this is over a month ago that we heard that certain soldiers of the IDF were getting infectious diseases that were not responding to antibiotics. This is how pandemics are born. Pandemics are born out of sin, out of hate. Whether you accept the spiritual nature of the thing or not, your hate produces disease and sickness, and that suffering will be visited on you and the world. When the WHO speaks, we should listen. And this is what we should listen to. End the crisis, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza now. And make sure that humanitarian aid, especially medical aid, gets to those who need it. Now, this provision is about food because this is the emergency. Rapid response to Gaza famine. Okay. Aims to alleviate the crisis through increased aid access, opening new entry routes. Now, this is airport. And yes, I mean the Gaza airport. Why are we listening to Israel? If they don't open the Gaza airport, people will die. Therefore, the United Nations must take control of the Egypt border because the Egyptians are charging money to bring in aid. And the United Nations needs to take charge of the Israel borders. All borders need to be taken over by the United Nations, and that needs to be a all Islamic fighting force. If Israel really wants to go here, I think the UN should go there. And it's time for the United Nations to demonstrate to the world what peacekeeping really looks like. I spent over 10 years in Haiti trying to deal with MINUSTA. This is another outreach of the United Nations to the nation of Haiti, and that was an utter failure. But when you're looking at the management of UNRWA and comparing it to MINUSTA, there is no comparison. This operation has been going on for over 75 years, and the people are still alive. The people are still hopeful, even living in exile. What UNRWA provides to the Palestinians, they don't only provide within Israel, they provide in Lebanon, they provide in Syria, they provide in Jordan as well. There's over 5 nations where UNRWA is functioning, over 6 million Palestinians that UNRWA helps, over 33,000 employees that UNRWA has. I have a provision about UNRWA. I'll save the rest for then. Ensuring, and you understand what I mean by ensuring. I mean ensuring safety for aid distribution at the point of a gun. Direct helicopter access, because of course air access just won't be possible, but helicopter access from it can be arranged. If the French can park a boat in Egypt to provide medical aid for those in Gaza, then they can land a helicopter in Egypt to send aid to a drop-off spot within the airport in Gaza. Okay? And this is the shape of things to come. This is how you introduce ideas. Okay? Next is the seaport. Israel destroyed all the boats belonging to Palestinians, destroyed all of the crops belonging to Palestinians in Gaza. These are war crimes. You know how you make it up to the world? Land your boats right on the seashore. Create a port for Gaza to receive aid. You know this is the quickest way and the best way to ensure aid to Gaza. 1 boat, container boat per day. Okay? And this means there has to be shuttle boats that go out to the mail boat. You've got to figure out how logistically it's going to happen. But having boats come up is the quickest way to get aid to Gaza. And there are different kinds of boats that you could deploy. But anyway, boats, helicopters, these are the best ways to get aid in, especially using helicopters to get people in and people out, especially those who require medical surgeries and such. All this nonsense at the border at Egypt where they're charging money, all these settlers at the gates in Israel, and Israel itself slowing down aid, skip over. Israel wants to eliminate UNRWA, double its potential and its potency. We don't need the UN Security Council. The UN Security Council is an outdated organ, and they are immoral and selfish, and they are not worried about the people of Gaza. I want you to understand something. Why is a pastor spending his time on this? This is the single moral question of our time. This is the test. Canada has a lot of rhetoric. We've seen in this last few weeks, it's just hot air. It's Israel all the time, no matter what Israel says, no matter how many lies. Beheaded babies, there were none. Rapes, there were none. And if you just applied your logic, who in an incursion has time to rape? Who in an incursion designed to get as many hostages as possible and to take out as many military facilities as possible has time to rape? These are the fantasies and dogmas of Israel. These are the foodstuff of genocide. This is why you have defunded UNRWA, because you've bought into their fantasy. But those of us who hate fantasy and love reality and love our fellow man above every other ambition have had enough of your nonsense. We need to address those catastrophic conditions. Sorry for the sermonizing. No, I'm not. Number 2, resolving the funding disruption to UNRWA by the end of February 2024. Why February? Because at the end of this month, today is the 2nd of February. So at the end of this month, UNRWA is out of money. They don't have a savings account. This is like just-in-time manufacturing. The UN functions on just-in-time aid. The rest, this is the global south and the global east, particularly China and Russia. I'm looking at you. You want to change everyone's opinion? Here's your chance. Replace them. Fund UNRWA. In fact, I'm appealing to individual donors to fund UNRWA. This is the time. If there's one not-for-profit organization that you can help, listen, I was tasked by my church to find an organization because I told them we have to do something for the Palestinians. And I tell you, it was something to convince our people that Israel was not in the right on this. But we'll deal with the faulty theology behind the ally Israel later. But underneath that faulty theology is a premise that Palestinians don't deserve our help. There was, they do. Number 2, resolve the funding disruption to UNRWA by the end of February 2024, because that's when they run out of money. If the West will not stop famine and genocide, the rest must step up and temporarily fund UNRWA, removing their coercive and malevolent influence, my words, of course, and restoring the agency to meet budgetary requirements. So, the African Union, we want money. All of the Middle East partnerships and organizations, OPEC, fund UNRWA. You've got the cash. Stop waiting on the West. They've given up their moral position. Okay? We know you're moving goods across the desert to Israel to circumvent the movement of the Houthis. And for those who don't know, the only reason the Houthis are stopping ships, and listen, they're only stopping ships destined to Israel and their allies. There are many ships passing through undamaged and unhurt. Therefore, they're trying an embargo, just like America has tried so many times. How many embargoes has America done? Look at Cuba. So the Houthis were doing their part to make America and Israel hurt and change their policy. And the rest of us look and see they're willing to sacrifice their lives for their brothers. When we see that, how can we ignore it? Greater gift has no man than he lay down his life for his friends. I told you it's a moral issue. Resolving UNRWA and bolstering its mandate. So this is the part that, well, all of this is mine. It's bolstering its mandate to aid in the rapid adoption of the Palestinian state, so help them towards statehood and elections, where all Palestinians at home and in diaspora may vote. I've seen a little tiny nation called Dominica do this and allow people in diaspora to vote. I think it's very important for Palestinians because they are living in exile. The only reason they're in exile is because the Israelis did not come as friends. They came as occupiers, and they forced them out of their own nation. And now Israel is seeking to, that's why they're blowing up the hospitals, to destroy the medical records. That's why they're blowing up the schools, to get rid of the school registers. That's why they're blowing up the parliament buildings and the government offices. It's not about Hamas. The enemy, as it was stated on January 6th by Noga Arbel, the enemy, as she put it, were the Palestinians themselves. She called them terrorists. And she blamed UNRWA for their status. Listen to me very carefully, my friends. This is where all joking stops. This is when it's really genocide. Her brilliant idea was to remove the status of refugee from every man, woman, and child in Palestine, in all 5 nations, making them stateless persons, therefore muting forever the right to return and ending forever their protected person status. Persons without status might be exterminated, and who could help them? Because they would have no status before the United Nations, which is why Israel has been stopping the Palestinian state this entire time. Unfortunately, the wise ones of the earth, when they're interviewed, never have sufficient time to get to the core of the problem. People are always pestering them with questions. Nonsense questions, just let them speak. Because the core of the issue is Israel wants to do what no people on earth have ever tried, to completely eradicate the Palestinian. They would no longer be Palestinians. Think about it. There's no record of them being Palestinians. Then, as they've said from the first time they've arrived, they called them Arabs because they knew what Theodor Herzl had assigned them to do. A people for a land without a people. Unfortunately, there were people in the land. It's one thing to write propaganda, it's another thing to arrive in the nation and see a thriving people. 700,000 of them. And they stole their homes, and they stole their farms. They stole their neighborhoods and replaced their culture, renamed their streets. How long are we going to allow this to continue? Talk about cultural appropriation. Forced removal. For Canada, I just don't know, Prime Minister Trudeau, how you sleep at night. God bless you. So we're all Palestinians at home and abroad may vote. I think that's essential. And the reason why there were not further elections, by the way, Hamas was elected in 2006. By the way, President Jimmy Carter, like many presidents, have associations, organizations. And Jimmy Carter and another democratic institution of some kind, I can't remember the name, but it's an institution for democratic, bolstering democratic institutions anyway. Both of them inspected the elections and found that they were fully democratic. So Hamas didn't steal control. They didn't scare people with guns. They were elected. If there was an election today, this is the scary thing for the West, so I'll say it. Hamas would be elected in the West Bank, and you don't have to like it. You have to accept that that's democracy. Right now in Pakistan, a very popular leader is missing the elections because of a trumped up charge. The number one candidate for the presidency of the United States almost may still miss the elections because of trumped up charges. This is happening all over Earth. Not just in the West, not just in the East. All over Earth, democratic institutions are in trouble. And we have to do everything we can to bolster them. But where there are not democratic institutions, many people say there was no election after 2006. Well, Israel wouldn't allow any elections. Israel undermined every political party and political activist in Palestine, basically shot them all. There were mayors all across the occupied West Bank. There were mayors who fought against, not with fists, but legally, and argued against settlers coming into their communities and taking them over. So Israel shot all the mayors in Palestine. So number 3, an urgent resolution at the United Nations for the protection of Palestinian rights. This is a charter-based approach based on Chapter 7 of the United Nations Charter. Basically, it's action with respect to threats to peace, breaches of the peace, and acts of aggression. These are things that exist in the United Nations Charter right now, and actions that the General Assembly can take up right now. I think that the General Assembly should pepper their engagements with as many of these things that I'm coming up with as possible. When you have a problem like this, you throw everything at the wall and you see what sticks. I think this is one that can really stick because it's based on protection. Okay. There's so much more detail on each one of these, but there's not enough time. Number 4. Now, this is the resolution titled Acknowledgement and Compliance with the International Court of Justice Rulings in the South Africa versus Israel case. Includes the following 6 provisional measures. Now, listen, this is very important because of the UNRWA scandal. Okay. So the resolution titled Acknowledgement and Compliance with International Court of Justice Rulings in the South Africa versus Israel case includes the following 6 provisional measures. Prevention of acts. Israel must take all measures within its power to prevent the commission of genocidal acts, all acts within the scope of Article 2 of the Convention. These are to prevent genocidal acts, basically. Discussion. Some people think that the provisional measures, I'm getting rid of this right now so we don't get bogged down going through 6 measures and people are thinking in the back of the mind, why isn't he mentioning the elephant in the room? Well, the elephant in the room is not really in the room, okay? And I'll tell you why. And I'll tell you what the elephant is. So the elephant in the room when it comes to these ICJ measures is the expectation. For instance, Palestinians were very excited and very happy to hear that South Africa was going to represent them at the ICJ. Some others were very disappointed. Why didn't we go? Well, your democratic and your legal institutions have been frustrated since the Sykes-Picot Agreement. You have to understand, the Jews that came into Israel were sophisticated from Europe, dealing with the European legal system. Okay? And they were familiar with the political system and the legal system. Interestingly, they had the advantage of understanding both the Western politics and the Eastern politics in Europe. So they understood Russia and they understood the United Kingdom. Having those twin understandings when you're dealing with people and you're dealing with the British mandate, you have to understand that they had a decisive advantage over the Palestinians, who even to this day lack a legal team like Israel brought. They were a fantastic legal team, very terrible legal arguments, but they really had no case. They had no defense. But anyway, that doesn't stand their legal team in any diminished standing. And the South African legal team, which I think, bar none, is the best legal team I've ever seen in a case. And they presented a case which, bar none, is the best international case I've ever seen or heard of. So I could say that South Africa brought an amazing case. But the number one thing South Africa asked for, they didn't get. That's the elephant in the room. So South Africa asked for cessation of hostilities. They asked for a ceasefire, not a humanitarian pause, which doesn't exist in international law. There's no such thing as a humanitarian pause. It's like you're having a boxing match. Time out, dude. Time out. Stop punching me in the head. I need a humanitarian pause. It's not you get a pause for a low blow, but there's no humanitarian pause in boxing. Therefore, in war, there is no humanitarian pause. There's a ceasefire when both parties agree to cease fire. Very comical in this instance because ceasefire does not actually technically apply to Hamas. Hamas is not a military. Hamas is not a country. So the whole war, any nation where your media is saying the war between Hamas and Israel, the Israel-Hamas war, uh, I can tell you your nation right there is suspect, and you really have to. I'm being serious now. In all seriousness, you really have to suspect any nation where your media, the majority of your media, is saying that there is an Israel Hamas war, because Israel cannot make war on its territory. You have to understand that. It would be a civil war. That's the only kind of war they can wage. And the only kind of war that Israel has ever waged, in fact, since 1967, has been a civil war. If they claim these territories won by conquest, okay, with everything these days, just flip it and look at Ukraine. Okay? Russia has acquired quite a few territories within what used to be contiguous Ukraine, right? These are now Russian territories, and Vladimir Putin just said to his banks, I want you to start opening up state banks in these territories. I mean, he's planted the flag, he's rebuilding houses, he's setting up institutions. He means to stay. So he's setting up institutions um, as if it's part of Russia. He's integrating the territories into Russia. That's not what Israel did. Israel always oppressed the Palestinians. They did not integrate them into one Israel. Once they took over the territories, they did not integrate them and make one state. So there are many people out there saying there should be a one state solution. I would say at this point, just as many who believe in the two state solution. Many people that believe in the BDS movement, boycott, divest, and sanction. And by the way, the Houthis were in the BDS movement. That's what they were doing. just so we understand what they were aiming at. I'm not saying anything about what they achieved or didn't achieve. They were aiming at BDS. And many nations have made it illegal to boycott, divest, and sanction from Israel. And that just to show you the influence of Israel on these Western nations is beyond the pale. It's really Russia Gate. There should be an Israel Gate right now. There should really be an Israel Gate. And there will be, whether they like it or not. There will be an Israel Gate very soon. People showing up to the United States Congress just in an IDF uniform. It's just, you can't make these things up. You should not be able to show up to the US Congress dressed in a foreign entity's uniform. That should not be allowed. Anyway, back to this. So they wanted to have a ceasefire provision entered here into the ICJ rulings. From what I understand, and remember, I am the furthest thing from a lawyer, but my opinion, I'm not afraid to give. So, in my opinion, personal opinion, I believe that the ICJ could not sanction Israel when Israel, mentioned so many times Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. If they had never mentioned Hamas and they had come to court and just defended themselves based on the charges that were levied by South Africa, even then they might have trouble. But because they mentioned Hamas so many times, there was no way to ignore that Hamas, as I just said, is not a state. You cannot bring Hamas to the ICJ, which is part of what Israel asked for. Hamas is not someone the ICJ can speak to. Hamas is a subset of Israel, to tell the truth, technically speaking. And the only person that they could sanction is Israel, and to tell Israel to cease fire and then to allow Hamas to continue firing uh, would be against the principles of law, right? That's not fair. So, in the absence of options, they were forced to make the decision, which this is all assumption, right? They were forced to make the decision that Israel um, could not be told to stop the war, ceasefire, not for a humanitarian pause or for an extended period of time, because the hostilities were outside of their purview to control. You would have to have some kind of influence on both sides. Hamas is not a signatory to the Genocide Convention. See, if Hamas was a signatory to the genocide, another statement of why Hamas should be an official option, official political party, and be able to win if the people want them in an election. I really truly think this marks, I mean, the Biden administration, and I would include the Trump administration. And in Canada, I would say the Poilievre administration. I'm sure Trudeau has a lot of, he's got 2 feet in the water and bailing, but there's only so much water you can bail, especially after this. I mean, after this genocide, when 200,000, this is what I predict, 200,000 Palestinians die on television, when people are giving their literal last breath and there's cannibalism, and they're expelled in the next 4 weeks from Palestine if you don't act, and the greater regional war starts, and Hezbollah will say, inshallah, and it's over. The Iranian-backed people are already not listening to Iran. I mean, you could bomb Iran, and it wouldn't make any difference. If you and Iran have a fight, it's not going to change the fact that these people want Palestine free. I don't think you understand. They don't want Palestine just stop bombing. They want you to stop bombing. They want you to leave the territories. They want you to surrender command and control of all of Palestine. And it goes further. They want to have democratic elections. They want to be able to choose their own people without influence from the United States of America, like what's going on in poor Pakistan. I mean, the West has to stop meddling. We're not fools. We know what you're doing. Everybody knows what you're doing. Sooner or later, just like Israel, sooner or later, they're going to start to hear people like us, and we're going to sound sane, and their own leaders are going to sound unhinged. And when United States of America and Israel start hearing the rest of the world, and it's going to happen, you're losing the mainstream media. People are not watching CNN. They are not watching Fox News. So when people start turning on alternative media, or they just turn on X, half of what I'm saying here is on X. Another half of what I'm saying is on Telegram and these other platforms. I mean, you no longer have to go to primary or secondary sources. You can go to social media and hear commentary on near everything that occurs in the world today, right? So I'm just explaining to you why that provision is not here. There is no ceasefire in this provision But next to a ceasefire, what they did, one South African apologist, in discussing the South Africa case, if you want to hear some sophisticated talk, uh, watch TRT, and then, from Turkey. Watch Al Jazeera from Qatar. Watch South African and other African news programs. Watch Asian news programs. Watch the world. Learn about the world from the people themselves. Because the only thing that you'll hear in the mainstream media about China, in Canada or the United States or United Kingdom or Germany, are lies. The only thing you're going to hear about Russia are lies. I mean, when I say lies, I mean blatant lies. I mean, no lies are as bad as the lies that Israel is telling today. I mean, Israel, wow, it's called Hasbara, if anybody wants to know. And after doing a 6-part series on Hasbara, it's just events are moving too fast for me to release these things. But doing a 6-part series on Hasbara, I can tell you that Edward Bernays has nothing on these guys. Their level of propaganda. Look, they turned an ICJ finding of probable genocide into a UNRWA, defund UNRWA campaign. Ole! Wall Street, they represent themselves as the bull. You know who's more dangerous than the bull? The bullfighter. Wag the dog, baby. Okay, number 1, prevention of acts. Israel must take all measures within its power to prevent the commission of genocidal acts, all acts within the scope of Article 2, A to D of the Genocide Convention. And I think D is the one that talks about children. My Lord, I've seen organs removed. I've seen Israel capturing dozens of men, tying their hands behind their back, after torturing them for several days, shooting them, putting them in blue plastic bags and dumping them in shallow graves. This is all this week. I don't have to go back to last week. I don't have to, the bombing campaigns have lessened. No, they haven't. There are satellite maps by the UK, who's providing intelligence to Israel and imaging technology to Israel. So this is just part of that. But there are maps. Look for the one that has 3 maps. One from back in October, one in November, and one I think from December. And you could just see the bombing campaign. I mean, move south and what? Die? I mean, North Gaza has been bombed back to the Stone Age. Central Gaza City has been bombed back to the Stone Age, but not as much as Khan Yunis. Khan Yunis is being leveled, and they want to do that to Rafah. If you understand, these are 4 main communities in Gaza. It's like they've destroyed 3 cities, and they're coming for the last one. And after that, the people are going to be expelled. That's their want, their desire is to expel them. So when they talk about, the day after, what about the day after? You know why they can't, thank God for people like the Saudi Arabian foreign minister. When he was pressed by a reporter, would he, the day after the war, do tic tac and bag of fat to basically be the government, to now replace Mahmoud Abbas as the oppressor of the Palestinian people? And just like uh, just like a good bullfighter, he sidestepped the question, ole, and he said to the gentleman, "We're not talking about the day after. We're talking about today." We need to see this, this, and this, and this happen now. And that's why I'm doing this. I need to see this, this, and this happen now, not the day after. The day after, America is going to ensure that Israel is the one providing relief to the Palestinians. One person rightly said, can you imagine your entire family, 28 people, are killed? You're a 6-year-old orphan, no school, no money, no future. And you're going to have to take aid from an IDF soldier? You know, there are levels of depravity that the Western world is sinking to that have yet to be seen in the past 600 or 700 years. Have to go back several hundred years to find a campaign like this. Like a campaign of terror. You're calling Hamas terrorists. Everything Hamas does and did, even their beginning in 1983 or so, was a reaction to what Israel did. If there was no Nakba, there would be no Hamas. You know, there are people with knowledge who are studying this. I see a picture of the very first settlement in Israel. It's in one of my presentations. The very first settlement in Israel. And it looked like a hippie commune, like 30 or 40 people living in one barn house. Out front, there are Turkish guards protecting them. What they did with the Sykes-Picot Agreement, with Lawrence of Arabia and all that nonsense, when they got the Arabian peoples to turn against the Turkish Empire, and with all the nonsense with World War I, getting many of them to fight in World War I, what those people were expecting to come home to was a caliphate, and the caliphate was supposed to be in Islamic hands. Imagine you were a Palestinian who fought for England, went under 30 years of colonial rule under England, where all of the oppressive measures, including administrative detention and such, were set up by the British and then passed on, just like what happened in South Africa in 1948. And that's why in 1948, you see South Africa become a racist nation and Israel become a second racist nation. Two racist nations in the same year as the Genocide Convention was established. If you don't think there's a spiritual dimension to this, I guess you believe in luck. This is not luck. That South Africa, who got out from under an apartheid regime, it's not happenstance that Nelson Mandela said, I have to paraphrase because his precise words, normally they're with me, but they're not with me today. There is no, our struggle is not over until the struggle of the Palestinians is over, basically, paraphrasing. As if to say that the Palestinian struggle and the South African struggle for liberation from apartheid are the same struggle. Bishop Desmond Tutu, another champion of the South African liberation movement, who had the pleasure to hear when I was a young man, and got my mind thinking in the ways that they're thinking now. You know, he said, again paraphrasing, that the the apartheid in Israel is worse than the apartheid in South Africa because it's more than simply apartheid. There's military law, administrative detention, there's seizure of lands continuing all the time. I mean, the seizure of Palestinian lands is occurring as we speak. Entire communities are being stolen. People are being run off their land with nowhere to go, no money, no future, no job, no nothing. Palestinians are being shot for no reason on the West Bank. So when the West tells you about Hamas, when you see the United States of America, their president has to issue an executive order because he couldn't pass it through Congress. Congress is completely sold out. Oh man, it's so hard not to go on a tangent. Joe Biden took over $10 million, over $4.7 million. Everyone admits that much, but it's over $10 million he's accepted from the Zionists. And he said of himself, you don't have to be a Jewish to be a Zionist. Joe Biden's a Zionist, and most of Congress in the United States is a Zionist. So to stop the Zionist settlers from killing Palestinians and committing violent acts against Palestinians, which since October 7th, 2023, have gotten completely out of hand, he had to write an executive order. And the executive order doesn't even do anything. It just basically says, you can't come back to America. You can't come back to America. That's not cease and desist, eh? That's just, you can't come back to America. Okay, I'm gonna get back to going killing right now. I'm on a wild killing spree. I got to get back to my killing. Yeah, yeah, America later, man. I mean, yeah, you can't come back to America. Yeah, you just put that in the hand of a lobbyist and see how long that lasts. The Israel lobby has gotten out of hand. And while everybody was talking about China in Canada, right now, what are they talking about? They're talking about Chinese spies and Indian spies and all these other spies. Hey, man, you opened the door, they walked in. But that's not the real problem. The real problem is the Zionist influence on your country because it's bringing our name into the mud. We're not going to be able to walk out into the public of the international world after this genocide here. After these bombing raids, I mean, yeah, the 3 African Americans were killed in Syria, not Jordan. The Jordan station was not attacked. Okay, 21 or whatever it's called. It was Syria. They were in the nation of Syria, and they shouldn't be in Syria. And now they've freely admitted that they're in Syria, right? The White House has admitted that they're in Syria, and we're in Syria for this and this and this reason. Really? We're in Syria, we're in Iraq. I mean, Americans are all over the place. When you really tabulate, there's at least 65,000 American troops in the Middle East right now. And so we have to be honest with ourselves before I read these resolutions because it doesn't make sense. Read the resolutions and people don't understand. Israel's going for it. Okay? I'm putting on my kippah now. Israel's going for Greater Israel, and Greater Israel is not about the Palestinian territories. There were no Palestinian territories in the Old Testament. There were no Palestinian territories in the Old Testament. In the Old Testament, God promised Abraham It's very important. The land of all of Abraham's children. In fact, prophetically, this has been done by Ishmael and Isaac. So Ishmael and Isaac together have fulfilled Abraham's promise. Very interesting, eh? So there is no need, biblically speaking, for greater Israel. In case you, just off the top of my head, there's no reason for greater Israel because the promise, yes, the promise was with eventually with Jacob. You know, it was Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob's promise, and that promise, um, these adopted sons of Jacob wish to fulfill for Israel. They wish to knock down the Al-Aqsa Mosque. That's why the operation on October 7th was called Al-Aqsa Flood, because they wanted to destroy, undermine the entire Temple Mount. By the way, the Temple Mount, where the two mosques are, the third most holiest site in all of Islam, that is where they want to build their third temple. I hope you understand. They're in true Zionist fashion. What they've done is they've taken a little bit from all of their Jewish experience. All the experience of the Jews is present in this form of Zionism. It's an amalgam of so many different things. We don't have time to unpack them all, but I visually can differentiate them now. And they're not according to the categories that you find, like there's liberal Zionism. Just forget about that. They've been eviscerated and they're gone. Benjamin Netanyahu has destroyed the left in Israel. And this is our main problem. The only allies Netanyahu have are the extreme fringe right. I mean, if there were any more right wing, I mean, they would be dropping nukes. And I'm not exaggerating. If Ithamar Ben Gavir and Smotrich are number 1 and 2 in Israel, there will be nuclear war. They will achieve taking from the Arabs everything that they have to achieve greater Israel. Remember, there are two brothers, Isaac and Ishmael, and they want everything that Ishmael has. This is the hatred of the Muslims. By the way, that's anti-Semitism, because the Arabs, everyone from Abraham, is a Semite. Their language is Semitic, Arabic is Semitic. So the Germans, who say everything is Israel, don't understand that they're being anti-Semitic towards the Muslims, who are their new focuses of hate. Because the truth is, the Western world doesn't want to deal with this new reality. What South Africa has done is open the floor to reparations. Because after the court case, Israel's guilty. Israel's been guilty. Israel done guilty. So the only thing that you can do, I mean, they're extremely tied to Israel. And it looks like they're willing to go all the way and see all the Palestinians die for their fealty and loyalty to Israel. So this stands to reason that Israel will get to the end of the genocide case, unless they arrest the justices. This is how far I think they're willing to go. Arrest the justices, shut down the ICJ. They're going to defund the ICJ, defund the United Nations, and take it all down. This is why I'm writing what I'm writing. If some of these provisions are not put in place, there will be no United Nations. And I can tell you, Modi's going to do in India. There won't be any Christians in India. There won't be any Muslims in India, I can tell you. There won't be anybody but Hindus in India. Good luck to be a Buddhist in India. Run. If you want the United Nations to fall, God only knows what's going to happen in Sudan. If you want you're going to bring down the ICJ and the ICC. What are China and Russia going to do? I will just say, what are China and Russia going to do? Once there's no more UN Security Council, once there's no UN General Assembly, once there's no international community, no international no one to say anything. When the lines of communication end, that's when war starts. That was the purpose of the United Nations. Correct? But they did not listen to Haile Selassie until the philosophy, which holds one race superior and another inferior, is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned. Everywhere is war. So what you're doing to the Palestinian, if you destroy the United Nations, I tell you that the United Nations is the West's lifeline, including Japan. It's the West's lifeline because your time has come. It may come back, but right now it's passing away. And every move that you're making, I'm trying not to sermonize, but my heart, it's breaking. I worked on a farm a little too long. My heart is breaking. Orban was warning you. You were threatening him with sanctions. So he went in, fell in, and allowed you to provide how many? 500 billion? And he had to beg you to check where the money's going every year. But he has no say. He cannot veto it, even if the money's being wasted or given to oligarchs. You see how the Western world, you have so much to fix. But here's even worse. It started in the Netherlands, then it went to places like Germany. And now there it was at the European Union. Thousands upon thousands of farmers begging for their attention, and they weren't even on the docket. The farmers of Europe were not even a line item. No one spoke to them. So the farmers put down the bales of compost. And they threw shit at him. At the police. I'm sorry, but they were so frustrated. And no one's listening in Europe. It's like some It's like they've lost their minds. The green agenda is bankrupting Europe on top of all the other issues that they have. And what they were saying, as if giving $500 billion to Zelensky's crumbling regime is the best thing that you could ever do. I mean, I could understand. Fund Ukraine for a year. Fund Ukraine for a year. Okay? That's a compromise I could see. Fund Ukraine for a year and see what happens. The Zelensky regime will not last a year. Okay? When you ask your you ask your general to step down and he says no, and you ask him again more politely and he says no, go jump in the lake. It doesn't bode well for your nation. Ukraine is in dire straits, and Orban is correct. Ukraine is already on life support. Giving them more money is like giving money to someone on crack. They need support, but not cash. We're living in some times where I'm bringing up these things because you have to understand the West is not thinking straight. Bomb the Houthis. Is it working? No. But we're doing it anyway. We're going to continue anyway. For many people, this is all we needed to hear to understand that Joe Biden is not as feeble as we think. His thinking is just odd to us. His behavior, he's got some signs of old age, but he is not senile. He knows that he's destroying America for Israel. Let's say it plain and simple. You can't ever come to us again and tell us about an international rules-based order after you've done what you've done to the Palestinians. No one will believe you. No one will believe America has some kind of moral authority, or the UK has some moral authority. And Turkey, boy, you can't talk. 1 million people showed up in Turkey. 1 million with Palestinian flags, and he said all the right things, and he continues to truck with Israel. A lot of people thought there was over 1,000 ships coming from Turkey. They believed that propaganda. I was one of them. I thought there was 1,000 ships coming to the port in Gaza to give relief aid back in 2023, late 2023. And it never happened. We never heard anything about it. There was plans on the internet. There was talk about it. But every time you tried to find a photograph of the flotilla, they called it, because they had sent an earlier flotilla. Remember, there was some Turkish people that were shot in that one, but there was no flotilla. So that shuttle diplomacy, for the shuttle diplomacy, the American envoys have people camping outside of their house protesting them 24 hours a day. I hope you know. They're being protested 24 hours a day. They have to flash the police lights, right, the security lights, to be able to pass into the street because the people are blocking his house 24 hours, 7 days a week. Can you imagine when 100,000 Palestinians die? That's 70,000 more. We're not far away. because starvation moves much faster than bombs. They're starving them and bombing them. They're snipering them and destroying their property. They're destroying universities where they were torturing people. They had care and control of that university for weeks, and they destroyed it. Have you guys logged in to social media and heard what the Israeli soldier is saying and doing? All of it. They're documenting their own war crimes. There are people right now logging it. If you get Israel out of the ICC and ICJ and do not allow those people who have corrupted the law beyond the pale to achieve justice and serve their time in prison or hang by the neck until dead, if you do not allow those processes to happen after what you did to Saddam Hussein, you hung the man and he didn't have weapons of mass destruction. You hung him. You killed Muammar Gaddafi, hero of the African Union, I must say. What he was doing for his own people was amazing. None of it was war crimes. He had committed no war crimes. He came to be Obama's friend. And Obama mocked him and mocked the leader of Venezuela and showed everybody they gave the Nobel Peace Prize to the wrong person yet again. I just want you to know where my judgment is at. I'm going down the middle. We need to prevent the act of genocide in Israel. And we need moral clarity. So I'm talking about these other issues so you understand this one. We need moral clarity on this issue like we've never needed more clarity before. So now we get to this page 2. There's only 3 pages. The other ones are not as long as this one. So, number 2, immediate military compliance. Israel must ensure that its military forces do not commit any acts mentioned in point. So, what acts? We're talking about knocking on a door, making a TikTok video, and then you pan out and you see the house is destroyed. You get on the bikes of some little kids, like 6, 7-year-old bikes, and you ride them around inside their house. You do a fake graduation where an entire platoon is out there mocking the dead, and you dress up in a dead woman's gown and cape and have a mock graduation ceremony for people who will never go to school again. You've blown up all their schools and universities, and you're going to mock them in that way. Then you're going to dedicate the destruction of an entire housing block to your 2-year-old child. You're going to dress up like a dinosaur, and you're going to lob, without aiming, artillery rounds from a tank into Gaza without aiming, and then dance on top of the truck. Dance on top of the tank in a dinosaur outfit. You can't make these things up. Watch all the videos of the IDF. They're shooting indiscriminately. They don't have any firing discipline. Let's get serious. They don't have any military discipline. The politicians in Israel have no self-control, have no self-discipline. They cannot control themselves. The settlers are blocking aid, demanding to be let in. They're behaving like they behaved in Sodom and Gomorrah. And what did Abraham have to do to get Lot out of that situation? Things are bad in Israel. Things are not going to get better in Israel. There is no one in Israel. There is no one in Israel who can control Israel. Or someone would have taken out Netanyahu already and come to the international community and begged mercy, stopped all military conduct, and started to state without prompting that they will make full and deliberate restitution to the Palestinians and restore Palestinian control to all Palestinian territories. If that didn't spontaneously happen, then I must say Israel is beyond saving. And then they enter into arguments. Israel has a right to exist. Well, not in international law, it doesn't. And I'm not saying that Israel should not exist. I'm saying that no nation, including Israel, has the right to exist. It's just not a thing in international law. These are just things that politicians in the West say, but they don't exist in international law. Neither does the designation of a terrorist. If Canada calls Hamas a terrorist organization, that doesn't mean the definition of terrorist in America is the same definition, because there is no internationally accepted definition of what terror is. To me, definitely what Israel is conducting and has conducted from the day it was founded to now, from the Nakba forward, is all war crimes. It never stopped committing war crimes. We just, I was so into Bible study. I was so into all the digs where they would find these proofs, like the Pontius Pilate stone that proved that Pontius Pilate was alive. And in a separate find, they find the ring of Pontius Pilate. They find things in the garrison that are proofs. They find the gravestones of certain people that are straight out of the Bible. They find so many artifacts. But lo and behold, I discovered in a couple years that these artifacts are in Palestinian territories and they're taking over Palestinian lands to claim biblical archaeology. And they're kicking people off of entire villages, emptying them out for biblical archaeology. I say the archaeology can wait, man. Or you have to buy that land legitimately. You have to stop treating Palestinians anything other than human. So this is why number 2 is so important. Immediate military compliance. Israel must ensure that its military forces do not commit any of the acts mentioned in point. 3, prevention of, these are just my summaries of the provisions. You better go read the provisions for yourself. And while you're at it, read the 88-page submission by South Africa. It is, bar none, unquestioningly solid. I was just, because I'm so into this, I'm like, why didn't they include anything about AI? Because they are making a case, not the only case. There are other cases to be made. That's why whatever they're doing with UNRWA is not going to stop Israel from coming to justice. There are other cases on the way, even in the United States, against the sitting president, which is difficult. But it shows a dogged determination that all people concerned come to justice. And that's why those nations now who are unfunding UNRWA, those nations now who are not still or not yet recognizing Palestine as a state, must do so. Because as a state, they have more say, and they must get, okay, we'll get to that. a seat on the UN Security Council. I'm sorry. I have so much to say. Three, prevention and punishment of incitement. Israel must take all measures within its power to prevent, but they just can't. Their incitement has caused the President of the United States of America to issue what? When you see that the United States of America's president has to issue an executive order to try to prevent the incitement that is going on in the West Bank, and that's not even Gaza. It's a demonstration. So the prevention and punishment of incitement. So all those people that made those statements, there's over 50 statements in the South African document, by the way. 50 statements, genocidal statements by every level of member of the IDF and the government of Israel. I have a presentation with over 30 statements. Some of them are not in the ICJ. So we have to understand that there are over 100 people in Israel. Do you remember in January 6th? I'm talking about the United States now. So do you remember January 6th in the United States? There were so many people that were charged. You know, they had the video of the people being there, sitting down in Congress people's chairs, putting their feet up on the speaker's chair, playing with the gavel, doing all kinds of madness. Do you see how they were tracked down and prosecuted? Well, it's going to be very similar what happens in Israel. And I hope that Israel is prepared. This time, I hope when they come to court, they have some kind of documentation. Like they didn't have any documentation when they defended South Africa's charges at the ICJ. I hope this time Israel has some documentation because they have a report that's due, right? So, humanitarian relief, number 4. And do you know that they're failing all of these? Humanitarian relief, as I told you. One, they want $50,000 per container to go into Israel in Egypt. I have to say this publicly because I think the Arabian peoples need to deal with Egypt by themselves. Someone needs to pick up the phone and call. Israel must take immediate and effective measures to enable the provision of humanitarian relief in Gaza. This means if there are any settlers that are blocking aid, you don't just sit around, because I've seen video of over 4 hours straight. So just tell you, I'll be working here and the video is going on over there, and you can see video for 4 hours straight of a handful of people protesting. Okay, maybe about 60, 70 people protesting, and armed guards sitting around doing nothing. Israelis doing nothing to move them out of the way of the trucks to allow the aid to go through. We're not talking about, remember, anybody who's physically fit is in the army, male and female alike. So these are not people that pose a physical threat to the guards. They're not in numbers to pose any serious threat to even local police, who should come along and take them away in a paddy wagon to prevent those people from breaking rule number 4. You have to understand what it means to be responsible to obey rules. Provisional measures are still laws. The law put over someone to achieve a goal. And what's the goal? To allow humanitarian relief to reach Gaza. enable the provision of humanitarian relief to Gaza. Cut out the first part, read the second part. Enable the provision of humanitarian relief to Gaza. If you don't do that, then you're in trouble. Number 5, preservation of evidence. I need not tell you what it means when you reduce a hospital to dust, when you destroy a university, when you destroy a parliament. Listen, man, all you had to do was destroy the parliament. You didn't have to do anything else. That was genocide. All you had to do was destroy the House of Parliament for the Palestinians the way that you did, after hoisting your flag and taking all your pictures and urinating on the place and desecrating it in every way you can, like they desecrate the mosques before they blow them up. The army of God, never once in the Bible desecrated anything before they destroyed it. They do not take glee when they destroy. So these people in the IDF, they are not the army of God. You need to change how you're thinking about them. They're just another bunch of Nazis trying to kill those they hate. So the preservation of evidence, they failed. Number 6, reporting to the court. Now, what are they going to report to the court? Non-compliance, non-prevention, non-relief, non-preservation, non-cessation of hostilities. Everything that they were supposed to do, they're not going to do. And to give them cover, these 12 Western nations have gone ahead and hitched their wagon to Israel in an irreparable way. See, there was already the United States of America was in trouble. But now so are you. And people are already dying. Number 6. So Israel must submit a report to the court within 1 month. I tried to find out the specific date, but the date is not specifically provided because it's within 1 month. I'm sure they can call the court and find out if that means 30 days, 31 days, 28 days. But whatever it is, by the end of February, that time period will have expired, and I don't see any way of Israel coming into compliance with even one of these measures above. And therefore, what's going to happen? We're going to see real provisional orders issued. I think what we are looking at up here in these 6 provisional measures are preliminary provisional measures. The expectation is that the court case will take a long time. The understanding is that a genocide is occurring now. The understanding of the court seems to be that a genocide will have finished by the time the court is finished. And to not have anyone there to win, you see, when you take something to court, the court has to make sure you're there to win. If there are no Palestinians left, who will win? If UNRWA is destroyed and they have no status as refugees, no status as Palestinians, and they're just random Arabs in the Egyptian desert, and they have no rights, nobody will win. Even if they win, they've already lost everything. There are people already in the camps in Palestine saying, kill us. Just finish it. I'm sure this will make many people applaud. But for the rest of us, when you hear a woman holding her newborn baby saying, just kill me, you guys aren't going to walk away from this one. You're not going to be able to play a few songs, shake a little booty, expect the media cycle to spin off of genocide. There are people who have never witnessed death, whose first death was the death of a Palestinian. You're not just traumatizing people in Palestine, you're traumatizing an entire generation who is not familiar with the horrors of war. And now they know about genocide. I had only read about genocide in books, seen some pictures from Cambodia and such. I had not witnessed the child's last breath in full color, repeated over and over again on a social media stream. If COVID brought about mental illness and mental suffering in Europe and North America and Australia and Japan, then imagine what genocide after COVID is going to bring. You took God out of your nation. What have you replaced it with? Blood? Death? 5. Implementing the United Nations Uniting for Peace procedure. Sorry, this is a very important one. So implementing the Uniting for Peace procedure in response to Security Council deadlock. So this is one I was expecting and did not see, forgot all about it, and heard an analyst talking in his show and mentioned that he had heard from a friend about this provision, and I hurriedly installed it here. Implementing the Uniting for Peace procedure in response to Security Council deadlock. So I put my own words all over this one. So enacted by UN General Assembly, resolution number 377A. So you can go look it up. States in any cases where the Security Councils, due to lack of unanimity, every word that's hard for me to say, as is the case with the US's protectionist veto of the ceasefire in Gaza, fails to maintain international peace and security, the General Assembly shall step in to ensure prompt and effective action. So, if they said ceasefire and they did not act, they did issue their own ceasefire. But it's not just ceasefire that I'm asking for here. And I'm saying that this provision should be used to bring in these measures that are vetoed at the Security Council, because quite a few things that I'm about to say are going to be vetoed at the Security Council, including, provision number 4 was, if you come to ask these nations that, like Justin Trudeau, our prime minister, sorry, I'm picking on you, buddy, but you should know better. We're the same age. You should know better. So, Justin Trudeau said probably 2 weeks ago that when the ICJ comes back, he will fall in line with what the ICJ says. But in the same statement, he says he does not abide, I'm paraphrasing, does not abide the premise of the South African case. Therefore, he doesn't believe it's genocide. So, on one hand, he trusts the white institution and he distrusts the black institution, is what he's saying. He wants to make a distinction that he believes in the ICJ, but he does not believe South Africa. So what he said since has led us to believe that he's waiting for the final verdict in the ICJ case to declare where he stands morally on the issue of genocide in Gaza. Because right now he hasn't said anything with regard to the provisional measures. Now, only thing we could hope for, and I'm saying this openly, because if I was his advisor, I already called the Liberal Party of Canada, call the Prime Minister of Canada or his Deputy Prime Minister, and no one is answering the phone. Okay? Because we've crossed that line. But anyway, I urge you to continue to send emails. So, to the Prime Minister of Canada, he has to make a moral decision by the end of this month, because at the end of this month, Israel is going to come back with their their report on the provisional measures, on what they've done to see them all done. And they've done nothing to see them done. So then Justin Trudeau will have to say something at this time. Now, I expected him to say something, I must say, when the ICJ provisional measures came, and many other people agree with me. But even if he wants to wait to the end of the month, okay. But by the end of this month, February, there's two things I'm expecting from Justin Trudeau. One, that he refunds UNRWA. And two, he declares allegiance to what the ICJ said as provisional measures, and will say in the review of the response from both South Africa, because they also can make a response. They can make a response to Israel's response. And by this, I think you understand what they're actually doing, because Israel didn't actually present a case. It just presented an oral case, but there was no written submission to the court. So now the court is demanding a written submission from Israel. Anyway, I'm not a lawyer, but I've been to court. I don't want to go back. Okay, I want to keep my prime minister out of court too. So states that the case of the Security Council, due to lack of unanimity. So the lack of unanimity might also be the abstentions. It doesn't just have to be the vetoes. Anyway, let's go on to number 6. Deployment of a UN peacekeeping force. Yeah, I did mention it in the preamble. No one should be shocked. Deployment of a UN peacekeeping force in Israel and Palestine, proposing the deployment of a United Nations peacekeeping force in Israel and Palestine to maintain peace and security. Okay? So basically, their mandate is so simple. Ensure that the ICJ provisional measures are followed to the letter of the law. That's it. So they're deploying a UN peacekeeping force with a very limited purview. The limited purview is to ensure that the ICJ provisional measures are followed. And if you've been following what I'm saying, you'll see I highlighted all these different points. If you go to the Rafah crossing, it will be expected, because there will be UN peacekeepers there, ensuring that provisional measure dealing with the continuous availability of aid and the unhindered access to aid measure is followed. So I think many people will start to agree with me that there has to be a UN peacekeeping force put in. Israel cannot stop itself. And though the Palestinian resistance has proven now to be a professional, they have become a professional. I think you guys really need to stop fighting militias. Just let a separate and aside. I'm talking about the powers in the world today. From my analyst's perspective, you need to stop fighting these militias. That's why they're having so much trouble in the Sahel getting rid of them, because they're basically professional militaries. Anyone who sustains fighting, it's happening in Asia right now. There's a group of rebels right now in a certain Asian country, but I don't want to get into that here. And the rebels are saying, like, we're pretty professional now. You know what I'm saying? We got the government against the ropes because we've been fighting for so long, and we learn as we fight. You know who doesn't learn as they fight? The IDF. Because I think something. Listen, it's always good in war to have humble troops. God kept in the Bible his troops very humble. If anyone pushed up themselves, they would get beat down. Dying on the battlefield in the Bible was a curse. So Saul dying on the battlefield was not a good thing. But when I read about King Saul in the Bible, and this is where it applies, character. The character of King Saul is a lot like the character of Benjamin Netanyahu. And Bible scholars will agree. They can't do anything else. Benjamin Netanyahu is a lot like King Saul. And I legitimately do not want to see him die on the battlefield. I legitimately don't want to see anyone die. I want him to change his ways. I want him to think about his legacy and how he wants to be remembered. I am sure this was not his intent. But wiping the Palestinians off their land is why he's still in politics. Don't get me wrong. But I'm sure the spectacle that we're seeing today was not his intent. It wasn't supposed to go down like this, but it was supposed to go down. So what we really have to do here as a team Gaza lives, Palestinian lives matter, is message people like Benjamin Netanyahu that it's time to start thinking about their legacy and how they're going to exit the stage. He's got 4 court cases against him, a lot like Donald Trump as well. And politics is saving him from litigation. Not exactly like Donald Trump. Donald Trump is more. When he said he runs again, suddenly these cases pop up. And he's like, I'm going to get there. I'm going to get to I'm going to get to November. But Benjamin Netanyahu got himself in trouble on his own, okay? Outside of what's going down in Pakistan and these other places, outside of what's going on in the United States of America, we have to make a distinction. His troubles are his own troubles, while the ones in Pakistan are completely trumped up by the CIA. But his troubles are legitimately his own troubles with the media and influence peddling and these kind of things, and bribery and scandals and these other things, and all these malfeasance kind of things. And I'm not trying to besmirch the man. He's been in politics a long time, and you have to understand that's what government is in Israel. It's corrupt. And the minds of the people in government are corrupt. I mean, anyone who wants genocide is corrupt. And if you don't believe that genocide is a sign of corruption, then you have a moral failing. I'm not trying to laugh it off. But there's a severe moral failing in the leadership in Israel. And we, the people, have to see it, you know? and have to tell our leaders that, it's not seemly for you to go over there and shake his hand again. No, really. If Joe Biden goes over to Israel and shakes Netanyahu's hand and gives him a bear hug, oh, he's giving him a bear hug because he's trying to cajole him to do so and so. No, that was when there was 5,000 people dead, right? Or right, 3,000 or 5,000 back then. Now there's 30,000 people dead, 10,000 people under the rubble. There are 25,000 people in Gaza, little boys and little girls, who are orphans, lost either one parent or two. And they reached a limit of 100 people, what is it, back in November, that had lost at least 20 members of their family, 7 members of their family. Then it went up to 20. How many people have lost an entire bloodline? Entire bloodline. Imagine being the orphan and 100 family members are dead. You're in Gaza, prison camp. You don't even have access to the rest of your family, the extended family. You guys don't know much about Islamic society, but it's very important. Family is very, 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 very important. Like Italian family, important. Family is important to the people in Gaza. And the next thing is land. And you want to take away their family and their land, and you call them terrorists when they fight back. White power is a sin, and it needs to be dealt with. So that's the UN peacekeeping force. Number 7, tough love. Tough love. Okay. Number 7, expel Israel from the United Nations. If Israel does not implement provisions asked for by the ICJ within the specified time and does not submit to the required report, which is coming up, spelling mistake, then, them or any other way refuses to comply as it is now doing, Israel is to be declared a rogue state. Article 6 of the UN Charter states. And I didn't want to get into that. You can read it for yourself, Article 6 of the UN Charter. But there is precedent for a state to be ejected for, as you could see here, I didn't actually put it there. Okay. So if a state becomes, I'm paraphrasing, belligerent in not obeying UN Security Council and UN General Assembly advices, orders, and other things, resolutions that are written, and does not follow international institutions. So, in all seriousness, expel Israel from the United Nations. And this is a temporary measure, but I think it's very necessary in that Israel has become so belligerent right now. And they have definite plans for genocide. It's not like we don't know what's going to happen next. Okay? That's why it amazes me. Like Lebanon, you know what I'm saying? It's the only one I understand. Lebanon is the only country whose lack of action I understand because they have Hezbollah doing the heavy lifting for them and engaging Israel. But why the other nations haven't engaged Israel militarily, I do not understand. I'm not saying that I want them to. I'm saying that I do not understand that they haven't yet. And I'm including Saudi Arabia in this. And I'm not understanding because I know where their people stand. And I know where the Muslim Ummah stands. and it's hard to understand how, Erdogan I mentioned, um, but when you watch TRT, it's something different. You know what I'm saying? These leaders, and all over the world, let me be honest, leaders all over the world, I was looking at some statistics, as I tend to do sometimes, and I noticed that, well, Western leaders, I think Germany's 13%. 13%. Oh, Germany's leader is down at 13%. I mean, he's not the lowest. There are some low numbers. I think Joe Biden's under 30%, man, like 27%. I mean, like, record. There, no one's even mentioning how much of a record is his precipitous drop in the polls. I mean, even with all the baggage that Donald Trump is coming for November, even with all the baggage of Donald Trump, um, 30% is a non-starter, and it's just getting worse. I mean, the Muslim clergy is just saying our community, and this is both the secular and the religious community. It's like saying the Cuban community in the south of America. Um, these communities are not the biggest, but they are powerful, you know? So when the Islamic community in America says, like, you're not paying attention to this issue, and it's not just a one election loss that you're looking at losing Muslims, the Liberal Party of Canada and the Democratic Party of the United States. These are the two I know most closely. In England, I'm not sure what they're doing institutionally. when I saw when I saw a brown skinned man get up and say he wants to deport people to Rwanda. I'm sorry, white supremacy is crazy. But it really has to be dealt with. I mean, that's what's wrong with the United Nations. It's been what's wrong with the world. And it really has to be dealt with for everyone concerned, especially the people in Gaza. I mean, I've never heard of people indicated so, like, when they were talking about Ukraine, oh, they're white like us. Oh, they're Christian. Oh, they're Christian and white. Oh, nice and white. Let's save Ukraine. Let's get the immigrants from Ukraine. Oh, yes. Let's pull out all the stops for Ukraine. And here are the people in Gaza. They don't want to immigrate. But I'm saying for all the other assistance, they deserve it so much more. Like, the Ukrainians were the belligerent party, but we have people with a lack of understanding. Um, but the Ukrainian civilians certainly don't deserve any of the mess that they're in. But look, the European Union, in the week that all this is going down, after the ICJ, after the scandal with UNRWA, agreed to give $500 billion over the next 4 years, I think, to Ukraine, but they're withholding funds from the starving people in Gaza. It just looks like racism. You can't. It just looks like racism. I hate mentioning racism. I wish racism was gone, because I have a book that I haven't published yet called The End of Race, and I know there have been other ones published before, but it needs to be published again and said in a different way. Race was invented by white supremacy for white supremacy, and it was found by DNA to be a fraud. However, the state of Israel was established in the 19th century following the settler colonial white supremacist, religious supremacist basis of Zionism, where they claim historically lands that do not belong to them biologically by heritage. I won't get any further into that, but just to say that fundamentally, if anyone was really to look at the situation, they would see fundamentally that it's delusional, um, what the Ashkenazim are trying to do in Israel. Um, it's delusional, and that's why it's so savage. You see, when your philosophy doesn't actually have any grounding in fact, then you have to invent a foundation. And the invented foundation for the state of Israel goes against every rabbi who knows his Bible. To the rabbi in the Talmud, the expectation is that the Christ, and they don't mean our Jesus Christ, they mean their Messiah, as they expect him, in the characteristics that they expect, that Messiah should come. After the Messiah comes, that's when the third temple will be built. That's when the people will be called back into the land. And that's when all these other things will happen. So some who they ended up calling after Zionism ultra orthodox, but just simply like they call you conservative Christian or ultra conservative Christian if you actually believe what's in the Bible is true. So the same thing is you call them ultra orthodox if they believe what's in the Torah is true, essentially. Touche. And so the ultra orthodox really has problems for the most part with Zionism. And Zionism is an affront to many, because remember, more than 50% of all people who call themselves Jewish today, more than 50% of them are Ashkenazi. So for the Sephardic and the other Jews, including those in India and other places in diaspora, so the Jews, they're a very diverse people, right? But in terms of politics, it's become very narrow in Israel. And the political life of Benjamin Netanyahu has only inspired and directed, through assassination and otherwise, the polarization of Israel to ever more settler, colonial, imperialist, expansionist, racist, supremacist ideology, to the point where Benjamin Netanyahu is not the most extreme person representing the most extreme party, because he was bleeding right before, but now he's I don't even know where he is. And let's be honest, I've looked at a political map graphically to try to understand how politics works in Israel and how they've ebbed and flowed over time. And I would say that politics in Israel is very complicated and requires much discipline and much more time than I have patience for. But from what I've seen, the right has augmented and the left has atrophied to the point of uselessness. And that is why they said that the attacks of October 7th really wiped out the rest of the left in Israel. Unfortunately, the path that Hamas took, well, they were surrounded by them, by people who actually, many of them favored Palestinians and favored a more liberal version of Zionism. Don't get me wrong. There's still IDF trained people. They're still militaristic in their mentality and all these other things. But they were more willing to accept the humanity of Palestinians and more favorable to the two-state solution. And so the Hamas attack did precipitate a further degradation of left voices attaining mainstream audience, let's say. And what's happening now is that the left in Israel is down to one or two people who you hear doing the rounds. The Haaretz newspaper is a safe space with people with with alternative views as far as Israel's concerned, who are not totally right leaning. So there are many newspapers in Israel that you need to read. The Times of Israel, for instance. There are many TV stations in Israel you need to follow, like I-24, if you want to know what the spin is going to be. So if you watch I-24 and you turn on your television within 24 hours, what they say is what your local television station in whatever country you're in is going to say. They've given an unprecedented filter free experience to Israeli propaganda. Anyone who wants to understand Israel needs to understand one thing. In the West, we do not have a military censor in charge of the media. People self-censor, and they politically censor, and they corporately censor based on their sensitivities. But there is no overarching military censor who controls what is said by who and who does not get to say anything. And Israel is an extremely militaristic and fascistic and censored society based on spying and security and everything that went wrong with the Patriot Act. they're the poster children of the Patriot Act in its full glory and majesty. It's what is America will be in 20 years. It's where we are headed. They are leading the way in so many ways. And this is what's so dangerous for us. Because the freedom of Palestinians is the freedom of all people to have the right to life. Like, listen to what's under threat. This is not access to abortions. This is not gender identity. This is life itself. Without life, the game is over. You understand? If the Palestinians don't have the right to life, who does? So this is, for me, foundational, and I think that's why I'm talking about it. So yes, expel Israel from the United Nations. If Israel falls back into line, then perhaps you can let Israel back into the United Nations. And by the way, at this point, at 2 hours and 19 minutes, I don't think I'm going to get through the whole presentation. I'm going to try. But way down at the bottom, I have re-inclusion of Israel into the United Nations. So this is also because the first step in teaching a bully a lesson, and you'll see everything here is about teaching a bully a lesson. So the first step in teaching a bully a lesson is to tell them what they've done wrong. And when they don't listen, all you have to do is watch the United Nations, watch the envoy from Israel speak. All of the Muslim people in the audience, many of them, walked out. That's how offensive he is to them. So I don't think you understand the stunts that he's pulling right now. This is not out of nowhere. Just don't think there's somebody on the sideline pretending that they've seen one or two things. I've been in country. I've seen how the UN operates. I've watched from afar with COVID, very eagerly understanding more and more about the UN. But now, when I look at UNRWA and the things that they're doing, like 1.1 million definitely Palestinians are in their care. They're living within the borders of their facilities. Who is going to take over those 13,000 UNRWA jobs in Gaza? Those people that are risking their lives every day. And by the way, one person who used to lead UNRWA said that they are not only the most one of the most underfunded agencies in the UN, but they're also one of the lowest paying. So when Israel whispers in your ear, replace UNRWA, you better say with who, because the Palestinians are paid a pittance. I don't think it could arise for more than $2 or $3 Canadian, or let's say $1.50, $2 US per hour. So if they're, I'm just guessing based on what people make in different places. So if you can find a workforce that's going to go into Gaza, execution squad by the United States in Houthi territory in Yemen, killing a bunch of innocent people at $1.5 million a week, was it? I'm just saying, you need some mercenaries or UN troops to go into Gaza. Okay? You need you need some mercs or some UN troops to go into Gaza if you're going to get rid of UNRWA. Because who's going to drive the trucks? Okay? The trucks are UNRWA trucks. When fuel comes in, it's UNRWA. When food comes in, it's UNRWA. So you're going to give the money like Canada wants to give the money. Canada wants to give the money to UNICEF. Anyone who worked with me in Haiti knows what I don't exactly have the same view of UNICEF as I used to. Let's just say UNICEF is not qualified. It's not their demographic. They deal with children. They deal with temporary education systems, and just basically looking out for kids. They would not be qualified to deal with the complex, multifaceted issues that are going on in Gaza, much less the West Bank, which also needs definite boots on the ground. So Israel has to be taken out of the United Nations. Okay? So, number 8, in the case of the veto at the UN Security Council members of the ICJ provisions, removing the veto powers from the permanent members of the UN Security Council, removing all permanent seats at the UNSC. I'm going to try to go a little faster. Sorry to go on, but there's so much to talk about, and of all my presentations, is the first one I'm really putting out. All the other ones, there's so much data that I'm still waiting on. I can't put it out yet. So you're getting a lot of different presentations in this one. In case of the veto, though, at the UNSC, I think that's why you guys should keep watching, because some of these are things I haven't heard anyone else talking about. Not that they haven't, because when I found out about this lady, Israel Knesset member, Noga Arbel, I saw it on Listening Post on Al Jazeera, a really interesting show. It analyzes the media in sort of like in a third person manner, and it analyzed this story here And it shows that this is where the UNRWA scandal started, right? So there's a lot of rot, okay? Not only in Israel, but also at the United Nations. And this is not entirely their fault. It's sort of like racism. The racism in Germany is a legacy. It's a legacy they have to deal with, and it will just keep going from generation to generation. In the Bible, they call it sin. You got to deal with sin, but still, the effects of sin will travel multi generationally. So the children that you traumatized with this war, their trauma will keep going intergenerationally. In the Bible, a lot of times this is referred to as sin. I hope you understand. Don't get it twisted. Uh, Sin, the Bible's not all about little guys with little horns. It's about the fundamentals of morality and human international interrelationships and community, and it's all about foundational values, and that's what we've lost. We've lost the foundational values, and the United Nations, because not everyone shares foundational values, and there's so much time spent on talking about security because there's no foundational values, and trouble with who's who's going to have the bank and who's going to have the this and who's going to have the that. Let's just solve it like this. You could spend $500 billion on a lost cause, Ukraine, or you could spend $100 billion and make peace with Russia. Build back all the houses in Ukraine, uh, fix all of their infrastructure, send in the clowns. I mean, send in the economists. Hook them up to your life support system, your debt backed life support system for the 20 or 30 years that your system has left. Yeah, but get them integrated into the system and get them on going again at 100 billion or 500 billion, where 400 billion goes to you and United States weapons manufacturers to deliver weapon systems that have been exposed as not functioning in the new warfare. You know, here's a big danger for Israel. Don't think I'm all on Hamas's side, as if I'm on Hamas's side. Um, you have to understand that if they continue this war, Hamas is making their own rifles. Hamas is making their own shells, a two-stage rocket that takes out the countermeasures and then takes out the armor of the Merkava tank. I think it's between 10 and $30 million each, and a $200 shell fired by a shoulder-fired rocket from a 17-year-old boy can take it out. One 17-year-old boy with skill can take out 20 of those in a month. And they tag themselves on show everything that they do on Telegram. You could just see them destroy well over 400 tanks and hundreds of APCs, hundreds of troops, hundreds. Um, Thousands of people have died in Israel that they don't know about. On October 7th, Israel killed through the Hannibal Directive. Like I was like people that I really respect didn't start talking about the Hannibal Directive till 2 weeks after I was onto the Hannibal Directive. What I'm saying is that the story is moving so fast. If you sit down for 2 months to worry about the Hannibal Directive, you would have missed all the other things that have happened. So when anybody stops to give you a story they're missing the next story. That's how much scandal and abuse and wrath and grift and things are going on in Israel. It's very hard to track. Is the story in Israel is very, very hard to keep up with. One person has this piece of news, one person has that piece of news, but it's coalescing extremely fast. And for the first time I've seen the alternative media, we are moving faster, not only than mainstream media, but we're moving faster than Hezbollah. We're moving faster than the trolls on social media. We're moving faster than the censors. It's the first time in my life I've seen the truth get out to this extent. I've never seen in any other conflict or issue the truth of the suffering of the people of Gaza get out like this. I've never seen so many people aware of the apartheid system in Israel. I've never seen so many people scrutinizing the settlements in the West Bank. I've never seen so many people interested in the Christians who are oppressed and spat on and their land confiscated just like the Muslim Palestinians. It's a shame on us that so many Palestinians had to die for us to recognize that they exist. So, yes, I make strong cases so I can go back to my point. In case of veto, so let's say by the end of the month, Israel does submit. They're trying to make a peace process right now. After the statement of Benjamin Netanyahu, I didn't mention it because Hamas had agreed, as Hamas almost always does, and Israel disagreed, as Israel almost always does, with the peace process. So Israel is the one who's disagreeing with the peace process right now. And Benjamin Netanyahu said he's not letting thousands of terrorists. Imagine he's got at least 2,500 people in Gaza, as well as another 5,000, because all these guys coming back now are saying that they were over in Israel being tortured, not given any food or water for 3 days, and just beaten, and most of them were old men, like 65 and older. You just took them to Israel and beat them and said, "Where are the tunnels?" I kid you not. They kidnapped thousands of men from Gaza, starved them and beat them, and asked them where the tunnels are. As if anybody outside of they're so used to a militaristic, they think the Palestinians are as militaristic as they are. They think the Palestinians are as vengeful as they are. You see, when you're really fascistic, you think everyone is as fascistic as you do, and you treat everyone with the brutality that is native to that way of thinking. But the truth is, the Palestinians are not that militaristic. They have a militant arm. And it's clear from the leaders of Hamas when they speak, they know little to nothing about what the military arm is doing. It's not like Israel. They're independent. You have to understand, there was something called the non-aligned movement. You see where I'm going here? There is something called the non-aligned movement, and there was a lot of nations who were separating from the hegemony. And this is a couple generations ago. The non-aligned movement is what the BRICS is. It's a rebirth of a movement for an alternative to statism, where the West rules the world and there are no conditions and there's no restraint. And they do whatever they want, like kill 2.3 people in Gaza, million people in Gaza without suffering any repercussions whatsoever. Just doing it, and I'll show you I can kill those people. You think you can stand on a neck? Watch me stand on this Palestinian's neck. These guys in Israel, man, sometimes I didn't tell you the bad stories. Like this one guy, he says he couldn't find a baby. He killed a 12-year-old instead because all the babies are dead. He's telling his look like he's TikToking his girlfriend or something. He's like, all the babies are dead. I'm looking for a baby. I need to find a baby. He wants to kill a Palestinian baby. He's telling his girlfriend, listen, man, there are things people do in war, okay? But they cry, break down, or drunk, or something before they can access and pass through that pain, or they pray and they've dealt with that pain so they could move it out of the way so they can access that event and look at it rationally. This guy was ecstatic. He wasn't crying at all. He was laughing that he needs to find a baby to kill. It's not like you're a baby killer. You killed babies. You dropped a bomb and killed some babies. He was looking for a baby to kill. As far as we know, he's still in the IDF. There's one guy in England, that these Muslims confronted him on the street, and he had killed. He's the guy that went through the lingerie in one of the TikTok videos or one of the X videos. Who knows where you saw it? So he's in the ladies' lingerie and going through all the lingerie and talking about these Palestinian women and doing all these awful things. He's one of those people. And he was there in England at I'm just going to call it a Zionist organization. And he was there to instruct kids about morality. Kids that have become wayward kids that got in trouble with the law, got in trouble at school, got kicked out of school, got kicked out of the house, those kind of kids. They're sending this guy in to counsel with them straight out of the IDF. Now, in one sense, I admire the community networking. You could just bounce. You could just bounce for genocide, and you're counseling boys the next day on how to be moral. So when they come on the screen and they say that this is the most moral army on earth, these are the lies that they tell themselves. But we in the rest of the world, see, the rest includes the West, the rest of the world, other than Israel, because they stand apart in their shame and in their sin. When you excommunicate someone in the New Testament, it's after the elders have assembled and the elders have spoken. And guess what? In the UN, we sent a clear message to Israel. In the ICJ, they sent a clear message to Israel. And in all of those rallies around the world, you have sent a clear message to Israel. This will not stand. You've gone too far. Your sin has stood you apart. You are excommunicado. I know, excommunicated and incommunicado. You are excommunicado. I mean, that's why they're outside. They have to be kicked out of the United Nations. They can't be there spreading propaganda about UNRWA and all these other agencies, besmirching the ICJ. Huh? They called it a banana court. I'm not coming across. Sometime when I first read it, you probably thought that I was being a wise guy, right? No, kick out Israel because 900 UN resolutions bounced off their invisible shield of protection. The US veto. Uh, Here comes a UN resolution. The USA blocked 900 UN resolutions, including the right of return of all Palestinians from 1948. Have they done that? How have they kept them from a UN guaranteed right all those years? Because there are no boots on the ground. That's why there have to be boots on the ground to enforce any of this. And that's where you're heading when you go to the ICJ and call them a kangaroo court to their face. If I seem a little upset, it's especially because of one dynamic lady who surprised the world, at least the world that cares about the world. She was an American. She was the head of the ICJ, and she voted her conscience on all the measures that came from. There were many. There were more measures or more parts of the measures that came from South Africa. I don't have time to get into that today. Definitely not. But South Africa asked for a whole lot. And she agreed with everything South Africa asked for. And she denied and came against everything except asking Hamas to release all hostages, which she doesn't have the legal authority to do. But they did this because it was the right thing to say. And now I understand why Gutierrez and many others say it, because it is the right thing to say. And when you're in a position of power, you have to say the right thing to say. Even though once that telling is in the ears of Hamas, Hamas has to put a condition because the life of every Palestinian in Gaza is in Hamas's hands. Let me tell you now, Israel wants genocide, correct? You've just defunded UNRWA, correct? Therefore, you've left only Hamas giving a damn about Gaza, correct? You corrupted Egypt, so now they're taking payola to give aid. You've corrupted Israel, so they're so right wing, people are begging for the homes that were destroyed. By the way, it's so sad. They're destroying all these cities, but they're not bombing the pasture lands. They pulled up all the produce. I mean, starving men in the streets are saying this. They pulled up his farmland. You know, when people have no reason to lie, you check your satellite and you find he's telling the truth. They really did pull up all of their produce, all their olive groves. They're doing, by the way, the Bible says never, your war is against men. It's not against trees. It's not against the water. It's not against nature. So they're waging war, total war. That's fascistic war, right? I hear that song "Total War" by an irreverent fascist, but look up that song "Total War," the fascistic one, and you will hear the kind of dedication that you have to the extermination of life. See, when you dig up someone's crops, when you put a hole in someone's boat, when you blow up the dock, when you mine the water, when you poison the soil, you poison the well, they poisoned how many wells? When you pull up the pipes out of the ground, when you detonate all the water treatment plants and all the desalinization plants, in Gaza, which is exactly what Yoav Gallant said. No water. You'll understand why he should be at the ICJ. And the ICJ provision said he should already be on the dock right now. The foreign minister of South Africa asked the ICC if you think this is waiting for you. If you think you pulled a stunt on the rest of the world, especially Gaza, by skipping over the ICJ measures, by defunding UNRWA, well, what are you going to do about the ICC case? He's still skirting around it, running away. The man's been hiding for over a decade from putting these cases forward. Don't think it's about Hamas. This is not about Hamas. Israel should have been in the ICC from 1948 to now. Just listen, man. If you're really serious about knowing the truth and you're not from some agenda, listen. Read the books written by the Israelis themselves. Read Ariel Sharon. Read the life and times of Ariel Sharon. That's all you need to do, man. Don't you dare call me an anti-Semite. Go read Ariel Sharon. Ariel Sharon bombed synagogues. He's for it. These guys are down. They're down for the Hannibal Directive. On October, I talked about it a little bit, but I didn't say how many. I count at least 400 of the civilians that were killed by the IDF. This is an assumption based on the best figures that I can have. But if you look at Kibbutz Be'eri, if you look at the survivors, look at the accounts of the survivors. Look at the survivors who said that nobody raped them. And they refused to have that New York Times or the Washington Post articles. They seem to be written right inside the Israeli censor. So we have to be very careful about where we're going here. So anyway, removing all permanent member seats from the United Nations, it's a serious, serious, serious task. It would require a full vote of the UN General Assembly, and it would also require the vote within the Security Council, and the 5 member states would have to agree to give up their lofty towers. And this is the test of the multipolar world. My test of Russia and China to find out where they stand. Would they abstain? Would they vote for giving up their permanent UN Security Council seat? So you can have the UN Security Council, you can modify it anyway, as long as everyone agrees, right? You can do it any way you want, but I would reduce the power of the UN Security Council. So this is just for those who are looking at this body of thought. We need to limit the power of the UN Security Council as much as we can, mitigate the power of the veto, because you just can't veto, and then all the Palestinians are dead. And you're like, never say ceasefire. That means the world failed. If we're going to sit around and let one dummy allow Israel to kill all Palestinians, then we, the dummy. So we really have to get serious about this. So we have to think about removing the veto or reducing the power of the veto. Maybe you can only veto once. Look what they do to my friend from Hungary at the European Union. Everybody had the right to vote, right? But somehow they put some pressure on him. Is anyone putting pressure on the United States of America? It's something that we never even thought of. Like areas like pressure on the United States of America. Pressure on the United States of America. Yeah. Has anyone put pressure on the United States of America? Yeah, when the UN General Assembly voted to have a ceasefire, immediate ceasefire. Yeah, that that was a way of, but you see, they had no teeth. It was a way of showing up America and showing them that they stand alone. That was some scary stuff. I mean, America right now is standing alone, and Israel doesn't care that it's burning down America. It really shows weakness of the president of the United States to allow your nation to be embarrassed like that. I don't care how much of a Zionist you are. Your ally has betrayed you. What you expected him to do, a two-state solution, he says will never happen. As long as Benjamin Netanyahu is head of Israel, there will never be a two-state solution. I mean, the words are out. He funded Hamas to split the Palestinian leadership and to ensure a two-state solution from back in 2012. Mahmoud Abbas, no matter what you think of him, dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's, and did everything that the World Bank, the United Nations, and these other legacy systems had made prerequisite that they do before they could become a state, which is ridiculous. Because Israel just said, we a state now. South Africa just said, we a state now. Both of those were settler colonial. Both of them. Israel was built on the blood of Palestinians. And South Africa, under apartheid, was built on the blood of Africans. And they haven't come to grips with that yet. And that's why they're still doing things like defunding. Because they really don't think of us as equal. Not mentally, not emotionally, and not morally. And this is the essential failing, which requires all of this. All of these things, the whole 2.5 hours I've been talking, is because of racism. Think about it. If they saw the Palestinians as equal, then or now, once the realization is upon you, then you have to act on it. Isn't that what the UN Security Council said to Israel 900 times? But Israel can't see, and neither can America. And so we can't follow because they can't see. Because only a fool follows a blind man off a cliff. So enough about that. Number 9. So this one is not one that's my favorite in any way, but it's what needs to happen. Number 9. Referral by the UNSC for prosecution, as in Darfur, Sudan, to ICC. So in 2005, there was a case sent before the ICC where the UN Security Council sent a case to the ICC. The same thing needs to happen for Israel. All you have to do is table this motion. Table this resolution, as it were. All you have to do is table this resolution. And what you will see is that they're going to have to respond. And when they have to respond to all of these, just submit them one after another. And what you'll see is they have to change their methodology because they can't dodge them all without looking terrible on every different side. So I have a few names. So referral by the UN, United Nations Security Council for prosecution of alleged Israeli war criminals by the ICC, Benjamin Netanyahu, who was named by the foreign secretary of South Africa, foreign minister of South Africa, and she's already taken that name to the ICC, and she mentioned to the chief prosecutor, why haven't you done anything? And he didn't answer. But she mentioned on the news that he didn't answer, which makes you know that just like UNRWA, and even more so, the ICJ, okay, so much to unpack. But the ICJ, they're a stationary court. They don't run around the world. But the ICC, he does. The chief prosecutor flies around the world investigating. But he seems to only investigate where the dollars come from. So if the donor nation comes from Europe and North America, that's wherever they direct him, that's where he's going to cast his eyes. As soon as the survivors in Israel from October 7th gave him a call, he flew right over and opened an immediate investigation while the Palestinians have been waiting from 2012. Okay? So there has to be some changes in the ICC. And if that guy doesn't, he's besmirching the international institution. I don't think you understand what they're doing. They're destroying not only the rules-based order, but America is destroying the venerable institutions through which the rules-based order achieves its sentience. The rules-based order is not written down on any piece of paper. There's no book you can pick up that says the international rules-based order. There's no book about it because it doesn't exist. It's an idea, like Hamas. And the only reason that that idea persists is because American hegemony functions through these organs. If they destroy their own organs, well, what happens when you destroy your own organs? You commit seppuku. You die. You die. And that's why it's befuddling. This is the geopolitical analysts now. They're having a great deal of difficulty with this portion of the program. Why would anyone destroy? Professor Mersheimer comes to mind. His perspective, I don't believe, let's put it this way, I don't believe he's completely that America-centric as he argues from that position. It's just because he's got a fixed position by which he argues things, but he comes up with the same conclusions as others. And that's why it's so befuddling when he can't see any positive outcomes here. And many of the analysts get together and they say the same thing. Sometimes they do these roundtables on the internet. And when you see three of them together, three geopolitical analysts, and some of them dabble also in or very made their bones as economists. And you see these kinds of people saying they don't understand, they can't see the upside of the actions that America is undertaking, or that Israel's undertaking, or that Canada's undertaking, or Australia, or Germany, that they're undermining the European Union. Remember the farmers. And that's what they're saying at home too. Watch. In Europe, the farmers were petitioning outside, but the farmers weren't on the docket. And basically, the European leaders didn't care about the farmers. They're not relevant. Okay. And so farming is something that they're outsourcing farming, right? All the domestic farmers can, here's some green revolution. You have to reduce the amount of, it's so sad. Yeah, they actually call they actually call cows pollution and count them as toxins. I'm not, I kid you not, in this legislation. And so you have to reduce the number of cows after you've built these industrial farms. You've transformed it from mom and pop into industrial farming because we everything needed to industrialize, right? Right? And then you corporatized what was industrialized. And that was just mega huge. And now you go with all these environmental regulations to all these organizations that you've made so huge. And you've told them to cut production and you haven't given them an alternative. It's it's issues like this when they skip over to look at Ukraine. It's like the border issue in the United States that's blowing up. It's the migrant issue been happening for decades and it's escalating with the nonsense that the military industrial complex just can't help themselves. They just like breaking eggs. And while they're out there breaking the eggs, the economies that they've broken are bleeding people who are fleeing north. They're fleeing the sinking ship. But somehow the military industrial complex doesn't understand you can take all your profit today, but there won't be any world to sell arms to tomorrow. I mean, the military industrial complex is half of the economy in the United States of America. They can't stop the killing. Someone's got to use the weapons so they can buy more, just like the cell phones. You've got to think, though, as the leader of a nation like that. It's like being the leader of Saudi Arabia. What does the young man do, the crown prince? He says, forget peak oil. You guys were wrong. 2000 came and went. I'm not talking about peak oil. But I'm saying he needs to diversify his economy, right? Well, America needs to diversify its economy away from weapon systems. Because what you're doing is you've driven China into the arms of Russia, Iran into the arms of Russia, and North Korea into the arms of Russia, and Africa increasingly into the arms of Russia. You've driven half the Middle East into the arms of Iran. You are creating your own destruction by continuing to pursue the military industrial complex. You're creating the coalition that will fight you in the next war. And the coalition just gets larger and larger and larger. And your coalition just gets weaker and weaker and weaker. You guys are sending so many weapons abroad that you don't have any left to defend yourselves. You send an aircraft carrier to intimidate, and it has to run home. An aircraft carrier is an outdated device. It's not fit for purpose. Drones and missiles can take out an aircraft carrier. Just like the Iron Dome can be overwhelmed, an aircraft carrier can be overwhelmed. Sooner or later, drones and missiles will get through. That said, there's more to this than tactics. We have to think long term about what's going to happen to the world economy. It doesn't matter if you've created a new land route, which, and you know what? Wars are dynamic. Because one of the things the United States wanted to do was create a new land route that's skipped over the Strait of Hormuz. An alternative and a foil to the New Silk Road initiative in China. And what's happened recently with the help of these Arabian countries is they're helping to get the goods to Israel, and then it goes to Europe and all these other places. But if this war continues, if you continue to kill the Palestinians, and that trade stops, and the Houthis have still blocked, and the Egyptians are now in the war, and they're blocking as well. You imagine if the entire sea bridge is closed. There's somebody that was writing this book about shocks, and there's only so many shocks that an economy can suffer before collapse, and how precarious the United States of America is, with all of its quantitative easing. They don't even say it anymore. But the inflation hasn't ceased. It doesn't matter if it's going a little slower or a little faster. It doesn't matter if geopolitical events do, abate or increase. Eventually, the US dollar, will become unsustainable. And I believe the prediction still stands at 2030. There won't be the current US dollar. It's done. It can't survive any longer than that. As I told you, Saudi Arabia is redesigning its economic plan, but the United States of America is not. Saudi Arabia is diversifying. Geopolitically, it's joining BRICS and staying allies with the United States. It's making sure that it's allied with everyone, which is evidence of the multipolar world. And this multipolar wave will crush Europe, what's left of it, if they don't get on board and start designing a surfboard for these kinds of waves. Because these shocks can crush you. Like I saw a wave just overcome a US base on some island somewhere on X. There was some kind of wave that just overwhelmed and just came in. There was two people outside the window of a building, and they were just crushed against the windows. We didn't even see what happened to them. Were they under the water? I don't know. I don't know what happened to the two people that was outside the window. But the people inside were like, let's get out of here. Just more and more water was coming in. There was nothing they could do. They couldn't stem the tide. And the shocks will overwhelm the United States of America just like that. And they really have to start to diversify their economy and diversify their geopolitical stance. Cannot remain unipolar when they're the last one. That's when the nukes start flying. That's when the wars start happening. When the wounded animal doesn't want to adapt to its changing circumstance and wants to lash out while it's bleeding out. You see, nobody wants 6 million homeless Israelis. I promise you that. I promise you that what Israel thinks of its neighbors shows that it has no intelligence. It keeps gathering intelligence, but Israel has no intelligence. If Israel had intelligence, it would understand that the Palestinians don't want to destroy Israelis. They want to destroy the Zionist death machine called the State of Israel. They talk about they want to demilitarize Hamas or demilitarize Gaza. Don't you understand it's Israel that needs to be demilitarized? And the thing is, you don't understand that Israel needs to be demilitarized. Why aren't UN weapons inspectors inspecting the nuclear power plants of Israel? All of these are war crimes, and all their leaders have been and are war criminals. It's just because we can't tell the difference anymore. Because they start showing us movies where the bad guys are good and the good guys are bad. As a Bible scholar, seeing God presented over and over again as the bad guy and the devil as the good guy. Well, I've seen it on television today when a Jewish settler and his buddies beat up an 80-year-old rabbi for trying to help his Palestinian neighbor bring in his olive farm harvest so their family could have some food. He's called an activist in Israel. If an activist teacher is in a school, they will scorn that the entire student population will run that teacher out of school in Israel. You don't understand how extremist Israel has become. Like, Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't have to send his goons. The Israeli population are the goons. They're all hyper militarized. They all think they're ethnically and religiously superior, not only to the Palestinians, my friends, not only to the Arabs or the Muslims in more general, the Persians and the Turks and the Pakistanis, not only to the Muslims, North Africa and elsewhere, but they think themselves superior to the Europeans. They have reached an ideology where they think how many times has Benjamin Netanyahu told Joe Biden he's not going to comply? When Joe Biden said something publicly, Joe Biden says something publicly in an address to his people, and anyone who is an ally of Joe Biden would respect the context in which he's speaking. Because there's one thing you tell to the people, and there's another thing you tell to your ally in chambers. And Netanyahu had all the assurances that he could kill as many Palestinians as he wants. But he still had to go and say, no two-state solution. Never. Israel, from the river to the sea, will have complete dominance of not only contiguous Palestine, which is the Palestinian territory that Israel was founded within. You have to read that document. Israel was founded within Palestine. No Palestine, no Israel. I'm going to give them ideas to revise their foundational documents. But no, seriously. but they're all war criminals. Therefore, number 9 is very important. Benjamin Netanyahu, Bezalel Smotrich, Itamar Ben-Gvir, handing out M4 rifles and creating militias, going up to the Temple Mount and doing all manner. Ben-Gvir, man, if Ben-Gvir is not in the ICC by the end of the decade, I don't know by the time it really gets out what that man's done. You better watch it. The books are being written. I think people have to be very careful who are in power today. The books are being written, and Trudeau, you're still very young. You're not going to escape this. They were dragging 90 and 99-year-old Nazis into court. You will have your day. Most likely, Ben-Gvir, Yoav Gallant. I mean, I don't know how they get around it. Their names are being mentioned to the ICC. If they continue, only two things can happen. If the ICC's chief prosecutor continues to ignore the cause of Palestine and the cases to do with justice for Palestine, he will lose his job, though it's really strange that he still has his job, which means one day I'm going to have to question how he gets his job and keeps his job, because anyone else in any other job would have lost their job. So the chief prosecutor of the United Nations, he would have to change, or the rules on the conduct of the chief prosecutor would have to change, or the UN will have to bring in its own enforcement from the UN Security Council. That's another resolution. You see how these things are made. So that he would have to go in there and he would have to uphold the United Nations rules and regulations, right? Because if he's not holding the principles of the United Nations, what's he doing in the job? You see what's coming about. And if you don't address him, and if you don't address how he's behaving, he comes the next day to go see the survivors of October 7th, and he still has not been to visit Gaza. You see how that's going. His arrival should have ushered in a ceasefire, and he go through the Israel gates and see for himself if there's a war crime which was committed. He, by himself, the chief prosecutor of the ICC, could get a UN ceasefire. And if America, does not authorize that ceasefire, and if he does not file charges against these men and others, right, then he will impugn. That's what you don't understand. If that American judge had come back and said anything else, it would be like the Ugandan judge whose own country had to denounce her because she didn't think the case had any merit. It was a political issue that's going on in Israel and Palestine. It's a political issue. Let them solve it with politics. Sure, if there was democratic equality, if the people under military occupation should go resolve an issue diplomatically with the people that are holding them prisoner. That's the judgment she came up with. I'm not a judge. I'm not a legal scholar, but she sounds like a fool. 10, recognition of the state of Palestine. It's a shame. I always want to put this one earlier, but there's so many things that have to happen so that they are on the back foot. I don't want you to understand. I've studied what happened to Mr. Gutierrez over the past few months. And I'm starting to understand how Israel undermines him. Like when they stopped giving visas to UN, whoever was in charge of the United Nations human rights inspections, basically. That person was not granted a visa. But now Mr. Gutierrez and none of the senior UN staff were being granted visas into Israel, just like that, because he implied that even though Hamas is at fault, and Hamas, in his eyes, committed war crimes and all this kind of and devastating acts, and it's unforgivable, right? Even though Hamas, not he didn't say unforgivable. That's a really loaded term, but he said that it's really abhorrent. Okay, so he said it's really abhorrent, but this is why he lost his visa and why they started to attack him. He said, but October 7th didn't occur in a vacuum. Do you hear how liberal I've been with my language? I wouldn't have made it long as UN Security General. All he said was October 7th didn't occur in a vacuum, because so many people were saying October 7th, this happened, and then everything is da 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 da, and Hamas. No, it's Hamas had nothing to do with it. Hamas are just those who adapted to Israel's tactics. Now, who has been more successful? We have a wonderful example of a society divided in half by Israel itself. Half the society went along to get along, the West Bank, and what did they get for it? 50 communities. They've lost 50 communities. They've had tens of thousands dead, killed, and they've tortured, and they've hurt, and they've subjugated their own people, like in the Warsaw Ghetto, the people that would be in charge of the ghetto, policing themselves. Every sin in World War II that the Jew suffered, the Jew has inflicted on the Palestinian. Let me say that again. Every sin that the Jews suffered in World War II, the Jew has inflicted on the Palestinian. These are the generational sins that come when you worship death, when you have a cult, like you took Elon Musk to indoctrinate him into your death cult. God said, don't mourn the dead. The dead in God, they rise. The dead in Christ, they rise. We believe the dead rise. This is important. It's an important deviation to Zionism and Judaism. Judaism does not fear death. Zionism fears death extremely. They're killing Palestinians because they fear for their safety. And when you fear for safety, you fear for life. Paranoia has them killing Palestinians. It wasn't paranoia, but was supremacy. And supremacy born out of paranoia that drove the Nazis. So yeah, the Nazis and the Zionists have the same motivation. And because of that, the Zionists, like the Nazis, must be eliminated. And if you notice, World War II, right, brought an end to the Nazi regime, and there are still Germans in Germany. The same thing that happened, you can do it before the war or after, okay? But the same thing that happened with the disarmament and all of the conditions that were put on Germany, these type of things need to be done. If you don't see what I'm doing here, these kind of things need to be done to Israel. You can do it before or after the wider war you're about to start. Because if you leave the Smotriches and you leave the Ben Gavirs in power, they just had a meeting. Come on, it's hot potatoes to us right now. This meeting that they had of the extreme right wing. Those boys that were in the balcony, that is when it clicked. Those boys you see on TikTok and X, those boys that are throwing the Molotov cocktails, that have M4s, that are masked, wearing hoodies, little skinny guys. Those were the same exact boys that were in the balcony hooting and hollering for Ben Gavir, and these other people, Smotrich, and these other people that showed up at the ultra right wing party where they said they're not waiting 15 years to recolonize Gaza. Say, we're not wasting another opportunity. Every single person, these kind of people that I'm talking about, they talk about don't waste opportunities. That lady there, Noga Arbel, she said we should not waste another opportunity to get rid of the Palestinians. You know, I've read a lot of books on Adolf Hitler, and that's exactly the kind of language they used to use. Opportunity. They used to talk about killing Jews because they had an opportunity. These are war criminals. Universal recognition of the state of Palestine. And I know I skipped over that one, went back to, but this is very important. Universal recognition of the state of Palestine. Once every nation recognizes Palestine, and look, 25 nations don't recognize Israel, but that will happen at the end of this presentation. So if Israel wants, the first people that you need to represent are the Palestinians. And it's not about the two-state solution. It's just recognizing there is a state called Palestine. And this is their borders. You recognize the 1967 borders. If we weren't in a war right now, I would say recognize the 1947 borders and let's go for it. But there's nobody talking about anything but the 1967 borders. So it doesn't make sense. Even a guy like me, if nobody is on board with the 1967 borders, if even the Palestinians themselves are asking for the 1967 borders, who am I who is here to help my neighbor? Who am I to ask for more than he's asking? See, this is how morality works. You fall in line with your friends, right? But you oppose your enemies. Who's America standing in opposition to? The Palestinians. So the Palestinians are not just the enemies of Israel, they're also the enemies of the United States of America, which makes us wonder about Canada. Canada is also, because of what they said and what they didn't say about the ICJ. They said nothing about the ICJ. We still don't know what the Prime Minister of Canada thinks a week later about the ICJ, but we do know he wants to defund UNRWA. It leads us to conclusions because of the silence. Silence speaks. So the Universal Declaration of the State of Palestine, I think everybody needs to look into, because everybody thought he was going to go one way. I think his name is David Cameron. He was appointed. Everybody in the government of America, It's a fascist government in up north, man. Those guys in England, they're not even having democracy. Democracy, they have one election and three laterals. They just it's a football. It's handing off leadership like it's a football, man. Is that whatever way you want to play the game, buddy. But don't you in England go looking at any other country and point to them and tell them about their government and its dysfunction. But seriously, one thing they are doing well, and one thing the appointee is doing well, is he's opened his eyes. He's not doing what the envoys of America are doing, which seem to be serving Zionist causes and serving the military industrial complex, and that's it. You don't see them ever representing the American people. I mean, just watching them at Doha represent the military industrial complex and Israel and no one else. They don't have one consideration for the American people. It's so sad. There's some people that are full of hate. I hate you, I hate this, I hate that. But I have so much love and compassion for these people. I want to see them do better. I want to see better leadership in the United States of America. Because the good that America can do, no nation can equal. So they think they're so powerful in military. That's not your power. You don't understand where your power is, America. Your power is the heart. But just like Israel, your heart is aiming in the wrong direction. It's aiming to listen. Do you know how many mass shootings there are in the United States? Just look it up. That's the leader of our world. We're following their example, right? But not only how many shootings there are in the United States of America, why don't we look at how many mass shootings and violent incidents are happening in Israel? That society is off the chain. It is breaking down. There are fist fights in the Knesset. These are not just diverging opinions. These are people who want blood and empire. And when you have people like that with nuclear weapons, and you're talking about disarming the Palestinians, you're crazy. You're crazy. You want Palestinians who've been defenseless this whole time in the West Bank. And IDF and police in Israel went over to the Palestinian territories and broke in to some money changers and jewelry shops on camera and looted everything. Millions of dollars stolen. And Benjamin Netanyahu took all of the tax money from the Palestinian Authority and stole it, just like they stole the money from Russia. Call it sanctions. Who are you sanctioning? What did the Palestinian Authority do wrong? You tell me why they're withholding the funds for the Palestinian Authority. The United States of America, again, this is one of the points where they had to talk to Israel. Listen, man, even we can't sanction you taking the money from the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority are supposed to be your partners that are taking over Gaza after the war. At which point, this is another sticking point where Benjamin Netanyahu said, nope, there's not going to be any Palestinian in charge of Palestine after the war. We are going to be in charge. Again, America had to say, we agreed that there's going to be a Palestinian state, and therefore Palestinians have to be in charge of the Palestinian territory. And since the Palestinian Authority are already in our pocket and they're hated by their people, they're the perfect candidate to take charge of Gaza. And Israel said no. And so there it lay. there it lay like so many other things, laying on the ground in the sun. like, like, where does Prime Minister Justin Trudeau stand on the ICJ? I don't know. So what's going to happen after the war to Gaza? When UNRWA at the end of the month goes bankrupt and has to leave, they have to leave. Even now, they're going to start to fall apart, right? What can you do without funds? Tomorrow, they're going to need a milk shipment. They don't have the money. Have to pay the duty, stamps, whatever it happens to be, and they don't have the money. They have to fly a diplomat in, fly a diplomat out, and they don't have the money. They have to turn on the power generator, buy some fuel for the shelter where 10,000 Palestinians are staying. Don't have the money. Need some tents. Don't have the money. Need some there. Listen, man. Here's the thing. People don't know how bad it is. They're eating animal feed and they're grinding up animal feed, and that's what they're eating in Gaza. Some people are eating grass. You know, when the grass and the animal feed run out, you know they're going to want to eat. Cannibalism. You know what happens when people get into that state? You know what happens to young kids that go deprived of food that long? You will never have peace. You can never kill all the Palestinians. And if you do kill these 2 million, there are 6 million more who will destroy you. If the Muslim leaders don't want to act, the Muslim people will, and you will not prevail. Even if you dropped a nuke, you only have a few. You drop 2 and 3 nukes, America's gonna take you out. Listen, man, all you need is Hezbollah, Hamas, and Iran, much less Syria and Iraq, to launch a volley of missiles coordinated for a given date and time. And they tell you when your doom will come and allow you to assemble all of your munitions. And then they fire them somewhere else and destroy and decimate one of your cities completely. And when that is achieved, when you've received 1/10 of what Gaza has suffered, the war will be over. Not only 500,000 to 2 million people would have already left since October 7th, but you're going to lose 2 to 5 million Jews who will get on a plane, if they can still, and fly to America and fly to England and fly to who knows where. But they won't, like the others who've already left. There's 500,000 that have definitely decided that they're never coming back. Okay, it took them 10 years to get 350,000 new people into Israel. Immigration was not going well. Immigration has been a trouble for Israel. That's why they want to kill the Palestinians, for demographic advantage. But you can't keep killing people to keep your democratic advantage. At some point, you have to have a good government and a pro-life agenda that will inspire people to have children and remain in the country. So yes, we need universal recognition of the state of Palestine. It's one of the first things that should be done. I think it will be done by the end of this year. It will certainly be something that's gathering steam because it's something simple to do. And definitely, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is embarrassed enough now to call up David Cameron, if that's his name, and invite him over and have a serious talk. Because, by the way, the talks between Britain and Canada really broke down I think the subject was some kind of a condiment. No, really, some little minor thing. Cheese. It was cheese. Yeah. The talks between Canada and England broke down over cheese. So we really need to give them a call. We really need to talk to them anyway about trade. It's a good time for you to talk about trade and Palestine because both of you guys have to understand your brother America has lost his mind. That should be the first topic of your discussion. And you cannot follow America any further. You cannot afford for the disrepute of Canada and the United Kingdom. Okay? You have to understand United States, Israel, Canada, the United Kingdom, Germany, Austria, and all these people are going to be sitting in the dock. You have to show up at the ICC. Do you know what it's going to look like? It's going to look like a blizzard, man. So, anyway, the alternative is always best. It doesn't matter who's going to run this Palestinian Authority. I'm going to make sure because they want to control it. You cannot control it. America, I want you to understand, you cannot control the world. You can't continue to control it the way you did. CENTCOM and NORTHCOM and EASTCOM and WESTCOM and AFRICOM. They're kicking the French out of the Sahel. They're kicking the French out of Africa. Half the French finances come, half of everything France has comes from Africa. What happens when Africa cuts France off? Because it's France that's on African aid. What happens when people start to understand what all of Africa already knows? And we've been telling people, you taking more, the Western world takes more from Africa than Africa gives the Western world. The Western world gives them everything but what they need. They're supposed to be trading with Africa, but they're giving them aid. And it's hard to understand what they really needed to do was nationalize. It's a terrible word in this word. Nationalize. Oh my God, he's a communist. No, you don't need to be a communist to nationalize. When Canada nationalized, we had a lot of money under Mr. Mackenzie King. We got to really look at it. That's where the Canadian dollar and all the rest of it came from, man. You have to nationalize. And when you nationalize, make sure that the resources go to the people. I mean, America, its economy is too big. Nationalizing and all the rest of it's not going to help because America's, so debt dependent. They're dropping so many bombs. That just This is something that's really hard to understand. America drops so many bombs, right? They're always in debt. You understand? They're always in debt because they're buying so many weapon systems and so much destruction and so much death. Like, look how many Israel. If America stopped funding Israel for 24 hours, the war would stop. F-16s couldn't fly. Anti-missile batteries couldn't defend. Sort of like what happened to Ukraine the last few weeks. And if you think, like, I don't really hear them saying they're going to invade Lebanon. I mean, I really hope, because I want to save Gaza, I hope that they make a move. But I don't want to see Lebanon destroyed. You see, it's a very precarious position that we're in. And I'm talking about us over here in Canada. We're so dependent on the rest of the world, we don't realize how much interdependence we have. And that's one thing that's going to start soon, I hope, is that people are going to say to the United States of America, we don't want you messing with our interdependence anymore. You know, Russia is not an enemy to everyone. Russia is a trade partner to many. And there's nothing wrong with North Korea. North Korea is really angry right now. South Korea thought, Americans saying, oh, yeah, Victoria Nuland, good grief, retire, lady, go home. I guess you're really happy right now. I was just like, oh, I started that war and I started that war and that war. That one's mine. That one's my baby. Oh my goodness. Look at North Korea. Look at him jump. Look at Kim Jong un. Look how angry he is. He tore down his own dad's statue. He's so angry. Tore down his own father's statue, a statue symbolizing peace. Now, when a dictator, intergenerational dictator, tears down a legacy statue of his father, he's mad. Now, how much of this is propaganda? Well, appears that the state itself says that it's angry and that it's preparing to go to war. And I'm wondering to myself, so is this AsiaCom? when South Korea and North Korea are going to war, are you going to send some aircraft carriers? And then Taiwan and the Strait of Hormuz? And where? The coast of Lebanon? How are you going to get to Iran? And when you escalate and Iran bombs, sends some missiles over to that Air Force base and wipes out your Air Force base and your ability to launch all these campaigns, what are you going to do? This is why the alternative is much better. Many people have pointed it out, and you hear me talking about all these conflicts, and you think I've done lost my mind. 3 hours and 47 minutes, he's lost it. No, I haven't. Point number 10 is universal recognition of the state of Palestine. Nothing will calm down things around the world. Right now, there's escalating tensions, and there's going to be a genocide in India. There's going to be trouble in many diverse places. But you have to decide how fast you want to get to Armageddon. We're going to get to Armageddon, but how fast you get there is up to you. And I suggest we go there as slow as possible. I suggest we put this thing on park. I suggest that there's a regime change in Israel. Because the leaders of Israel today need to go to the ICC and meet justice. And while they're meeting justice, we can negotiate with that whole new crop of politicians, telling them with deterrent force, if you don't obey international norms, you could end up like Smotrich and the rest at the ICJ, potentially. So, universal recognition of the state of Palestine. You can see it's a must for all these reasons. 11, rectify the United Nations historical oversight in the recognition of the state of Palestine. Full UN membership. So, when a couple of these key states have demonstrated to the Security General, who's already on board, I mean, he's been on board, you got to read some of the United Nations documentation with regard to their position on Palestine. You understand why Israel the state of Israel is completely against the United Nations. Like, I thought the United Nations was just wacky, but I was coming at it from a North American perspective. It was skewing my viewing, if you understand. And I was misconstruing. It was skewing my viewing and I was misconstruing. But no, seriously. The United Nations is coming at this issue. I'm not talking about all issues. There's a lot of the United Nations agenda that I'm not on board with. But then again, it's a wide world. But on the topic of Palestine and Israel, they are right down the middle, man. I mean, what the United Nations is asking Israel for, and Israel saying it wants to run UNRWA out of, it wants to destroy UNRWA. It wants the UN Security Council Secretary General to resign. It wants, they're just not reasonable. Okay? So we have to allow the United Nations to do what it wanted to do in the first place, full UN membership for Palestine. And that is when all of you have signed on. The last one to sign on is America. They will have to comply. It will be like the pressure that must have been on that Chief Justice at the ICJ. How can I vote against life? I'm working for the UN. Like, I mean, she if you look at her record is all American. She's an all American judge. She was convinced by the evidence, swayed by her peers. I mean, both, if you have a panel with more than 10 judges, they mean for the influence of the other judges to be impactful to your decision, right? Or they would give you all the authority and only have one judge. I think now they should rethink at the ICC having one prosecutor. it's it's obvious that it doesn't work. That prosecutor could be bought. He's obviously a Western flunky, and the entire organ is dysfunctional. It's prolonging this war, which is against the principles of the United Nations. You see how this whole thing goes? So you have to recognize the state of Palestine to get out of this destruction of the international order. And then number 11 follows after it. Once these states recognize the state of Palestine, then the UN can rectify the historical oversight and they can give it full status because right now they're a provisional member of the United Nations. But as soon as they're a full member, then somebody should give up their seat or promote them to the UN Security Council. I'm serious. Palestine empowered to sit at the UN Security Council would change everything for Hamas. It would change everything for the PLO. It would change everything for every political party in Palestine. And they could all get together and create a unity government. And that unity government would be representational of the Palestinian people. And they can do things like create their constitution, create their this, create that, create that. All the institutional things that they need to do, including their defense force. And it's absolutely abhorrent that the United States of America or anyone else would consider that Gaza should be undefended after losing, God knows, over 30,000 people to belligerent nonsense from Israel. I mean, they shot everyone but Hamas. They couldn't hit Hamas with a with a 10-foot pole. I mean, if you saw how Hamas trained, it's all up there. Hamas trains as soon as they set off their shoulder fire rocket that they built themselves, right? They spin around on a pivot without even needing to, and they're already ready to jump down in a hole. So they shoot out, shoot out, shoot out, shoot out. Your drone is not going to catch them because they've shot their weapon before the drone could even come to their 20, and they're gone. Ghosts. I mean, the whole thing about There's so many lies that Israel tells. And I'm including all of this because the points, they only have so much sway. If a person's mind is set a certain way, they're not going to listen to my points. So those of you who know all of this stuff already, bear with me. So the reason why Israel lies so much is because they don't really have a defense. Hmm? So we solved the issue by the end of 2024. Palestine, because they always talk about the roadmap. There is no roadmap to declaring a state. You write a piece of paper and say they're a state. Listen, Yasser Arafat declared the Palestinian state decades ago. The Palestine been a state, okay? They declared a state just like Israel declared a state, like any other state declares that they're a state. Yasser Arafat declared that they're a state. 2012, Mahmoud Abbas met all the requirements and prerequisites for statehood. All the institutional things were in place. Okay? Once that was done, what the UN members were supposed to do is recognize them. But again, I'm trying not to say white, but white nations chose not to recognize Palestine as a bloc, as they are blocking UNRWA as a bloc, as they are not showing the South African case while it was running live on TV, but showing the Israeli case live on TV. And you just keep going down the line, as they are representing Hamas as a terrorist organization. And just down the line, down the line, down the line. And this is why the historical oversight part is written in there, because there's no way that Israel should have been declared a nation until Palestine was also declared a nation. In 1948, they drew up the lines in 1947. Therefore, it is an oversight that they did not declare two states and that they did not give assistance to these Palestinian people who were not, and I'm going to say the word, and please take it in the right way, they were not sophisticated in the ways of international law. How could they be? There were people who were pastoral, they were doing their thing, they were coming from the Turkish Empire. Suddenly they spent 30 years as prisoners in their own homes to the British, and then they're chased out of their own homes by the Zionists. And then in 1947, they're supposed to, 48, they're supposed to what? Declare a state? They couldn't, they weren't ready to declare a state. They didn't have the means or the ways to do it. And everybody understands that. And that's not held against them. That's just where they were in their development at that time. But I promise you, the Palestinians are more ready for a state than Israel is. Palestine has so many leaders. Some of them are in jail, right? Some of the big leaders, and I'm not just talking about big names, but I'm talking about big deeds. Leaders of Palestine are in prison in Israel. And Hamas was asking for all of them to be free, to create a coalition government, the one I've been talking about. So Palestine knows what it's going to do. Bibi Netanyahu called them all terrorists, just like that lady called them all terrorists. They all call Palestinians terrorists. So when they're killing terrorists and you're just seeing babies and women dying, well, those are the terrorists. You have to understand, Israel's got a serious problem. And walking beside them, holding their hand as they go on a wild killing spree, you're going to get bloody, okay? You got to let go of that hand, Canada. You got to let go of that hand, United Kingdom. You got to let go of that hand, America, Germany. I know what it means to you to let go of that hand. But you got to let go of that hand and embrace something better. The UN Declaration of Human Rights. You see, if you had that when Hitler was talking all his claptrap, somebody might have a better butt. If we had that under Stalin, the UN Declaration of Human Rights, things would be a little different. I don't know if they'd be much different, but they'd be a little different. I think that UN Declaration of Human Rights has been so maligned by the United States of America because of their war agenda that we all need to pick it up and take a look, because now we see what the absence of human rights means. What Palestinians are getting is the absence of human rights. And what does Canada want to do? Take away their only last salvation. So all they have left is Hamas. You keep the Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. You keep taking things away from Palestinians. Huh? And then talk about Hamas. Without Hamas, there would be no Palestinians in Gaza. They would already be in the desert. My friends, did you see how fast they moved them out of the north? Did you see how fast they moved them out of Gaza City? Did you see how fast they moved them? They're right at Rafah Gate, and if Hamas wasn't slowing them down, if Hezbollah was not slowing them down, if the Houthis were not slowing them down, if the other radical groups were not slowing them down, there would be no Palestinians in Gaza, and the death toll would be 100,000 right now. Israel would get everything it wants. That Hamas is going to change. Don't turn them into the guy that you don't want to put that guy on everybody's t-shirt. You know the guy I mean, the one in the mask. He's about to be the kid's hero of this next generation, and you won't be able to stop it. If you want who you call a terrorist to be the ideal man, some of them are coming out decked out in some clothes, man. Stylish. He got his Jordans on, and he gonna go blow up a tank. Listen, man, they're doing 50 cals out of a bombed out building with a hammer, just tunk, 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 make a little hole in the wall, and no drone's gonna see that little hole in the wall. And he's taken out a tank, and then he's gone about his business. Listen, man, skinny boys don't eat much. You don't understand. You cannot take Gaza by force. You're not going to eliminate Hamas. You're not going to recover anything but dead bodies. And when you come back with those dead bodies, they already know it's the Hannibal directive you guys have been using on those three boys. That's your war crimes. You understand? When you killed those three boys trying to come home to you, speaking Hebrew with their hands up. I mean, even the people that try to say that's Hamas, that's not Hamas. That's the IDF. Seek and destroy, kill everything that moves. And that one is really a doctrine. Whenever you find out, when you see that order, that's when they talk about preservation of information. If you destroy that, it doesn't matter. They will have it recorded. These dummies. These dummies put everything on the internet. So I don't know what you're going to do. You could wipe out all the data, take away all the cell phones from all the IDF soldiers, but the damage has already been done. Number 11, rectify the UN's historical oversight. Number 12, a UN resolution upholding international law and the United Nations system. Now, this seems like nonsense, right? But no, it's something that's very necessary. We have to uphold what the UN is all about and get the UN members, because they're making a joke as if the ICJ ruling was only a slap on the wrist, and it's not a slap on the wrist. It's supposed to be international law, and it's supposed to be respected. You see, a mom and a dad, they only have as much respect as their children give them, right? A mother and a father within the family context only have as much respect as their children give them. A husband only has as much respect as his wife gives him. So if the UN members do not give respect to their UN institution, it will fall apart very quickly, because there's nobody being served at the United Nations more than the United States. As I said before, I'm just coming at it from a different angle. You're going to lose your hegemon. Your hegemonic power comes primarily from the UN Security Council veto. It's your most deadly device in history to pursue your own agenda, which is against the interests of all the other members of the UN Security Council to a greater or lesser extent. So, if you want to slow down the United States of America, what you got to do is you got to deal with that veto. Okay. So, next, 12, upholding international law. Then 13, contingency plan for non-compliance with ICJ rulings. I spoke about that. 14, economic sanctions against Israel until UN related initiatives are completed. So this is about halfway through my initiatives. I really do believe that the UN should sanction Israel itself. UN member states put in a resolution to sanction Israel, and I believe that will drive Israel to really rethink what's going on. Because it's one thing for the Houthis to do their thing with the ships, it's another thing for the BDS movement to be active. But when it's bolstered by the United Nations, the BDS movement will go into overdrive, and it will do to Israel what it did to South Africa. When you start getting the sanctions that bit South Africa, and they came from the UN. So you have to understand, a lot of these things I'm putting up here are just things that South Africa did that I don't hear anybody talking about, because the Western thinkers only think Western, and they still haven't looked south. But when you see South Africa, you see the rescue of the Palestinians lies in the rescue of the South Africans, not just of the ICJ. Okay, comprehensive aid package to Gaza with UN resolution enforcing aid delivery. That has to be done. There has to be an enforcement mechanism. And remember, I told you about the troops being deployed. This is what they would be enforcing. You see, these resolutions only work if there are boots on the ground. Like, one thing Hamas says that you guys just don't hear, hopefully you'll hear it from me, why I'm still talking after so much time. Israel only listens to force. Israel doesn't listen unless there's a gun to its head. If you don't kidnap Israelis, they don't care about anyone else's lives. Don't think Hamas are stupid. Hamas know Israel better than you. They're their neighbors. Their neighbors have been trying to kill them for over 75 years. The only reason that they're still alive is they figured out how to fight back against their neighbors. Don't think that they lightly kidnap people, okay? They kidnapped people because they had no choice. They had no leverage. What can people do in prison? You've seen the prison movies. They always take prisoners. They don't have anything else. What are they going to take? A telephone pole? A car? What are they going to take back to Gaza, a prison that's going to help them have liberation? You control it. Gallant said it. We control the water, the food, the electricity, and the fuel. They control the air, the land, and the sea. They control the entrance and exit of everyone from Gaza. They control all the entrances and all the exits. You go ahead and call that a nation. That's not a nation, that's a prison. Okay? That is a prison. Okay? And it's surrounded by smart machine guns and such. It's a prison. Okay? The only thing that happened on October 7th was a prison break. And you guys made a lot about it because some people were killed. But you didn't know about the Hasbara directive, and you didn't know that Israel killed its own people, massacred its own people. This is the problem, man. The problem is the burnt bodies. Okay, there were over 200 Hamas burnt to a crisp, and they had to have at least 200 prisoners. One Hamas, there were 70 cars burnt to a crisp. Okay, you can't get around these stats. They said there was 1,400 people killed because 200 of them were Hamas, and they also admitted Hellfire missiles and drone strikes to those 70 vehicles that they took out. We have video of those vehicles getting taken out, and Hamas wasn't flying no gunship. That's why, Kibbutz Berry, it was blown up. There was tank fire. There were tank rounds in the walls. There was Hellfire missiles shot through the roofs. Those people that were burned up in the houses, I'm going to have to walk you through it. The people that were burnt up in the houses were burnt by Israel, trying to kill the terrorists. That, when they saw what they did, those soldiers came out and lied. There's about 8 of them, and talked about the burnt bodies of babies in ovens. They talked about the beheading of babies. Then these other people start talking about the rapes. And I'm telling you, they've had to walk back everything. There were no registered rapes. I'm not saying anybody didn't rape, but I really it's time to stop playing the game. Get out of the rhetoric. Imagine, okay, with me. You're there and you got an assault rifle and an RPG. Your job is to get as many prisoners of war as you can and get back to base. Because ultimately you want to live. But even more than living, you want to succeed. And the Al-Aqsa flood Hamas has a 17-page document that explains their rationale, if you want to read it. That presentation is not finished yet. But Hamas has a 17 or so page document. It is detailed. It goes back and talks about Operation Cast Lead and all the other operations that they ran in Gaza. As soon as Hamas won the election free and fair, that's when Israel started to hammer them. Okay? The same, and they said right up until even after that, even in 2021, Hamas was getting money from Israel. You have to understand. Hamas was getting money from Israel, like ISIS gets money from Israel. You've got to stop lying to yourself. All those killings you saw, all those missions you saw, why did Iran blow up a Mossad base? Anyway, let's not get into it. Woo! Yeah. So, economic sanctions against Israel until the UN related initiatives are completed. And that means the ICJ case is completed. That means all these other things are completed. When you have sanctions against a country until the ICJ case is concluded, Israel will do everything it can to get those sanctions lifted. Okay? A comprehensive aid package to Gaza with UN resolution enforcing aid delivery. See, okay, if you sanction a country like Russia and you sanction a country like Iran, well, Russia and Iran just make a trade alliance. Russia and China just make a trade alliance. You know, Russia, China, and North Korea will just make a weapons and trade alliance. That there are other markets. You're only 4% of the human population, and you're not even 20%. All of you together are not even 20% of the world economy. You're not big. You're not a dinosaur. There are other people out there to trade with. And if you keep cutting off your monetary system and sanctioning everybody that wiggles their toe a way that you don't like, guess what's going to happen? Just like Russia. Keep the rotten money. Keep the money. I'll go make more. And you know what? When I make more, I don't have to answer to you. And guess what? You won't get in that money through your switch. You won't be able to see where the transaction's coming from and where it's going. So when you're on your money markets and you're trying to decide what way the economy of Russia is going to go in the future, you're going to see who they sold oil to, how much they sold, how many barrels, how many this and that. If they're not trading in US dollars, you're not going to know doodly. You're not going to know anything. It's going to be like, wow, hypersonic missile. Wow, 5G. 5G nearly knocked you guys out, right? What else do they got brewing? Is they going to come out with 6G? You haven't even come close to rolling out 4G nationwide. Now we're battling to roll out 5G regionally. And then they're going to come out with 6G, obviously. And then what are you going to say? Oh, I'm not trading with you. And you go, you've been not trading with me. I'm trading with Africa and everyone else. And they will have the latest technology and you won't. And they will have the world's money in their bank and you won't. You can sanction people to death. So I'm putting sanctions here, understanding how terrible sanctions are. But sometimes sanctions do the exact opposite of what you expect, as in the sanctions that were done against Russia, just nearly doubled their economy. But sanctions against Israel will not have the same effect, my prediction, because Israel does not have the same number of trade partners as these people. They rely very heavily on the West. And if the West is sanctioning them, okay, then they'll have a great deal of difficulty. But if they don't, if the West doesn't sanction them, they further politically, economically, and every other way keep alienating themselves. Every move you do to save Israel will hurt you from here on in. It doesn't matter if I even get through this list or not. It doesn't matter if any of us get through at the ICJ or the BDS movement or protesters or just the people dying. You know, more loud than all the other clangs and cymbals are people dying on their cell phones. Teenagers don't want to see no more Gaza people dying. It's really repugnant when they hear the president of the United States. Yeah, they don't matter. They're brown people. Yeah, we're making a lot of money selling weapons. I think we're going to bomb Iran today. You know, the kids are just looking at you like, bomb? This is what happened to me when I was 20 years old. I was watching Operation Desert Storm. I was like, what are you doing, America? Hold on. I didn't have to see I didn't have to see any of that nonsense. I saw that girl come up to the stage and talk about. Do you remember that fake story with that young girl who said that they were taking what? They They were stealing incubators. The Iraqi soldiers, they're stealing incubators and they're putting children on the ground. That's what she actually said. And then people going around the world, oh, they're killing babies. Huh? They're taking babies. They're stealing babies. They're doing all this kind of stuff. And yeah, you guys went to war and you decimated the nation. And then you came back again and decimated the nation again. And by then, by Operation Desert Storm, I was completely not with the program. And what I'm telling you is you're doing the same thing right now to a whole new generation. I'm not even American. I was totally not down with the program. I never got back on the program. I couldn't get on the program if I wanted to because I just saw that these Raytheon and these other companies, and by the end, we saw the mercenary industrial complex. And we just said, like, hold on. I draw the line at mercenaries. Oh, yes, these are our holy most mercenaries, which we sanction to kill, kill, kill. Then they start coming out with these movies, and you see them raiding an Iraqi home, and you see what they're doing to the Iraqis. Guess what, guys? Everything that you saw in those movies happens to Palestinians every striking day for 75 years. Every day the Iraqis were in that hell. That's what the people in Gaza, the West Bank, Jerusalem, and even Israel suffer every day. Every day is Iraq. Every day is occupation Iraq. You know? That's why the chief correspondent of Al Jazeera just said that Israel has entered its Abu Ghraib moment. We're starting to see the pictures of the torture and the bodies just piled up to the sky. Beaten, 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 beaten. You beat an 80-year-old man that says, I'm too sick to get out of bed? That's a war crime, man. That's a war crime. About you're asking an 80-year-old man who can't get out of bed where the tunnels. That's collective punishment. They don't even know what it is that they do. And Jesus on the cross, he said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. That's Israel. So economic sanctions, number 15, comprehensive aid package for Gaza. Number 16, Qatar-led UN peacekeeping initiative in Israel, Palestine for resolution. So there's a different peacekeeping force. One is there for humanitarian purposes, and then a second UN peacekeeping force arrives for resolution. So this is when you start dissolving all of the effects of occupation. You don't want to mix up your UN forces, okay? And why it's Qatar-led is because Qatar has been leading the peace initiative. I mean, America, France, and these others were pretending that they were leading the peace initiative because they always pretend to lead peace initiatives. But right now, the voices for peace are South Africa, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. I'll include them. Sometimes Turkey, but really China. And you see those 5 nations? They're not in NATO. So all the nations right now that have anything to do with real peace, really kind of people everyone's calling, please, please, China, go talk to the Houthis. Please, China, go talk to the Houthis. They're even asking Iran, hey, Iran, please, please talk to your peoples. Tell them to stop bombing us. Please, please, Iran. We don't want to go to war with you. Yeah, I know we had to threaten you on TV, but we really don't want to go to war with you. It's not advisable to go to war against Iran right now. It really isn't. Iran is in a whole other league now. I mean, Iran and Turkey, you have Hungary. Yeah, I think honestly, if I was a Western country right now, even your allies, you have to wonder because you've offended them so often and insulted them so much and taken advantage of them so often that I don't know who you're fooling. Like, I don't think the world, and this is when I differ from my counterparts. My counterparts believe that we're in a really, really terrible place and that other nations are not going to fill in the gap as much as they can and help UNRWA. I think that there is potential for that kind of disastrous outcome where no one funds UNRWA, where none of the Arabian countries comes or the even more expansive the Muslim countries comes to the aid of Palestine, where the Egyptians continue to take bribes to bring aid in, where aid is continually maligned, and now that UNRWA has no voice, no aid gets into Gaza, and every day you see 500 or 600 people dead. I mean, let's fast forward it. Next month, 500 or 600 people dead a day. You know, there's no water. No, the water is poisoned. It was 70% poisoned before October 7th. 70% of the water was contaminated. Israel itself has a water problem, and Jordan's cut off the water. So, hey, listen, man, there's some serious, serious reasons to get UNRWA going. And if you don't, we got to keep going down this road. You see this? This is the second peacekeeping force I got in there. Qatar-led UN peacekeeping initiative for Israel Palestine to resolve their differences. Okay? But it would be there under a peacekeeping force. They wouldn't be there for Israel to bully, take them prisoner or hostage, or anything else. These would be serious negotiations. I mean, turn your passport in. You're not coming out until we solve this. And you just go like that, clause by clause, day by day. You're not going home until this is solved. Okay? 17. Prosecution of Israelis' war criminals. Now, that's when the prosecution needs to begin. There's the difference between the investigation and the prosecution. 18. Reparations for specific human rights violations. So, this is what I'm talking about. We'll get to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, you need. There are people living in Syria who just want to go home to Palestine, but can't because Israel's there in their great grandfather's house and refuse them the right of return, which they had no right to. So, right there, refusing the right of return, billions, just for the refusal of the right of return, which was in the UN resolutions, billions. Do I have to go on? 19. Ending the legislative apartheid in Israel. Sorry I took so long because some of these are so important. Legislative apartheid in Israel is crazy. And we need to stop that right away. This is for the Palestinians who live within Israel itself, but this would also help all the Palestinians in all the Palestinian territories. It would also help all the people in discussions with other nations. It will help the Israel public change the way that they see and the Israel government see and treat Palestinians. When they don't have a piece of paper that say Muslim second-class citizen, basically, or Israel's a Jewish-only state. That Jewish state law is really one that is ultimately racist and involves religious superiority. And yes, I know you wanted to start a Jewish state, but you didn't have the documentation. You don't even have a constitution. You're talking about a Jewish state. The Jewish state is everybody knows it's paper thin, and the paper was only a pamphlet, and you should have picked it up. I said this so many times. They didn't stop with Marxism, did they? What Marx and Engels wrote was refined for the population in Russia by Lenin, and Lenin was revised by Stalin. And I'm not saying that it was necessarily a beneficial always progression, but it was a progression. But Zionism has not changed. Not one dot nor tittle of Zionism has changed from Theodore Herzl's pen to present day, to Benjamin Netanyahu's pen. Nothing's changed. They're still saying exactly. Sometimes I'm listening to all those racist statements that they were making, and I go, wow, were they quoting Theodore Herzl? And they go, no, he was just repeating something that someone said in 1976. And then you go to the guy in 1976, oh, he's just repeating something from 1957. And the guy from 1957, yeah, he's quoting Theodore Herzl. So they don't even know, they're not even aware that the things that they say come straight from Theodore Herzl. And that's why his ideology, Zionism, political Zionism, um, is really dangerous. Religious Zionism is equally dangerous, but that's another story. Okay, so ending legislative apartheid in Israel goes hand in hand with 20, which is immediate cessation and audit of military aid to Israel. I really think that when he came around, Senator Bernie Sanders really is standing on something. He's really saying something. Unfortunately, the Israeli lobby is so powerful that only a rebel Jew can speak against it. And he was not able to see ceasefire, so he's saying this. And when he says this, I recognize this and included it, that immediate cessation and audit of military aid to Israel must be done pending a full investigation. Like when the Canadian government said after October 7th, because I don't want you guys to think it's one country. So after October 7th, Canada sent non-lethal military equipment to Israel. What does non-lethal military equipment mean? Yeah, I'm not sure, and neither does anyone else. Soap can be deadly if you use it wrong. So I really think we have to halt the money that goes to Israel, and this is separate from the sanctions now. You've got the sanctions from the UN, and then a couple weeks later, don't let them rest. You've got another UN resolution going through for immediate cessation and audit, and this one's easy. UN weapons inspectors are already there. Send in the UN weapons inspectors to inspect if they have nuclear weapons or not. If they have nuclear weapons, America is not allowed to send. And they have to change the law. They're not allowed to send people that are breaking the treaty. So you're not allowed to break the nuclear treaty. So these things have to be investigated. This is one of the simplest ones, number 20. Audit of Israel's military and immediate cessation of funding has to be in there. In the wording, of course, they will fight against it, and probably only the audit of the military will survive. But you have to understand, when you're designing these things, you're thinking about throwing everything against the wall and let the process work it out. Okay? You have to trust the process. 21. Ending Israel's occupation of Palestine. As I told you before, you see how we're deconstructing this thing. We have to end Israel's. This is like when in Hong Kong you had the handover. to the Chinese. It was an official handover. There has to be an official handover to the Palestinians. Remember, Palestine is a state now. You're following all of these things, they're developments. Okay? Now you have Palestine as a state, and now you're officially handing over everything. That includes the settlements. The settlements would now be under Palestinian jurisdiction. You have to see that? You could work it out how semi autonomously they are, but there are white people in Namibia and there are white people in South Africa. And in South Africa, when the majority took over, they did not kill off the white settlers. The white settlers are still there. They still have most of their property and they still have most of their rights. The superiority was removed. The equality was enforced. And when they call the police now, the settlers will have the Palestinian authorities answer the call. And they will behave accordingly. And they will be disarmed. Yeah, you have to, somebody's got to say it all the way down the middle so people understand that I'm not an extremist. I'm just saying what's normal. There should have been no settler there. Every time a settler came, each settler was committing a separate war crime. Settlement in occupied territories is a war crime under UN law. It's one of the UN laws that Israel has broken the most. Okay? And that one's no joke. It's not a joke. By continuing to shovel that under the rug, it's one of the main reasons why the international order doesn't function properly. Allowing Israel has ruined the effectiveness of the United Nations around the world. No, the more I'm studying this, is the more I'm coming to understand. This is like the sore from the beginning of the UN to now. This has been it's like an open wound. The UN was shot when the state of Israel was declared, and shot again when apartheid South Africa was declared and allowed into the states and accepted as a state. And when the South African regime transitioned, we should look very strongly to how, and when we look at Hong Kong transition, we need to look at these things very clearly and take indications from them on how power should be handed over. So the Palestinians have somebody in prison right now who is their, they say, is their Nelson Mandela. And I really think a person like that needs to come into the place to broker this peace. And I think South Africa and Qatar and others need to be there. If Canada gets its act straight, which is what I'm hoping, Canada can finally enter the world as one of the facilitators of the multipolar world. We will gain infinite markets abroad. We'll expand Canadians' horizons and will improve our relationship. Listen to this. We need to improve our relationship with China, because when Trump comes into power, will Biden be healthy enough? Will Biden be able to overcome genocide? Will Biden even win compared to Trump? There's so many things you have to think, but probably it's Trump. Unless someone trumps Trump, then Trump comes to power. He's promised to put how many different liens and sanctions, basically tax to death imports from China. And I'm smiling from ear to ear and wish I had some money to invest, because that's the time to invest in Canada. And that's the kind of relationship we should think about building. as America cuts itself off, like Germany allowed its pipeline to be destroyed. Look at how rapidly and precipitously the economy of Germany has fallen. Now Donald Trump promises to do the same to the American economy. Well, let him do it. And when he does it, Canada can benefit. If Canada is in the right position. If we continue down the path of these pariah states, listen, I can safely say today that Israel is a pariah state. Israel has replaced North Korea. I don't even know why North Korea is a pariah state. You guys call them a pariah state. I don't know what they're doing wrong. There's a young guy there who could use some counseling and friends on the international stage. Instead, you cut him off, treat him like he's this and that and the other thing, and you've made him into who he is. You've made it so it was a great thing when Dennis Rodman came over because you've treated him the way you've treated him. I mean, America's making its own enemies. And right now in Israel, you've made a Frankenstein. You know, you've made a Frankenstein. You know, it's a Marxist. It's a Marxist, Leninist, capitalist, imperialist, white settler colonialist. My goodness, ethnic racial superiorist. It's just so many ists, and all the ists are there, man. There's so many ists, it's Frankenstein, you know? There's so many ists that they think in school in Israel that every Palestinian wants to slit their throat from ear to ear. And if they ever got the chance, even a 5-year-old girl from Palestine would slit their throats from ear to ear. Now, if you taught that to your kids from they started school, and then you taught them how to shoot a gun from they could walk, and you put them through military school universally and weaponized all of their minds to Zionist propaganda from childhood that they're superior to everyone else on the planet. When you end up with the Hitler Youth that were in the balcony at Ben Gavir's big ball, right wing ball, and you see those same kids in the videos wearing the hoodies, and you see those terrorists, well, that is it. What you see in the West Bank is how Israel began. Over 17,000 Palestinians were killed during the Nakba. 1947 to 1949, the violence just went crazy. As soon as the British left, the Zionists pounced. And what they call a war was just 50 slaughters. 50 slaughters. We've seen them. We've seen them. How they work. They'll kill 200 of their own people at one sitting. They told the helicopters not even to discriminate, just fire, shoot at everything. They came back without weapons. You tell me how much an Israeli Apache helicopter can hold. How many machine gun bullets, how many Hellfire missiles. They came back empty and filled up several times and went back out there and just brrr, brrr, pew, 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 brrr, pew, pew, pew. Indiscriminately, all day long. Killing, killing, killing. They even attacked their own people as they were entering Gaza. They even attacked one of their own police stations and killed everyone inside. Listen, man, if you go and study, you're going to find that Israel killed most of those people on October 7th. And I keep repeating it because it needs to be repeated. Ending Israel's occupation of Palestine, 22. Ending Israeli support for settlements within the Palestinian territories. Okay, so this is different. So, okay, when I say ending settlements, I don't mean evicting the people. Okay, this is up to the Palestinians. But when I say ending support for settlements, I mean right now there is sort of like money that the Israeli government gives every month to the settlements that keeps them running. Money for all kinds of special things. They're subsidized. Settlements in the Palestinian territories are subsidized by the Israeli government. And that subsidy is a war crime. And it's a war crime that traces directly from the settler right back to the government of Israel. Nobody, and it's happened for many years, that is one they just can't get out of. That's why they need to get rid of UNRWA. That's why they have to call the ICJ a kangaroo court, because they don't have a hope or a prayer. So 22 is very important. Ending Israeli support for settlements within the Palestinian territories and transferring the governance of all settlements to the Palestinian Authority. So you see that one. So I talked about that one earlier, but I didn't really mention it to the point where Israel would have to legally cut off the settlements. So now they would have to live on their own. And you see how many of them would leave, right? how many of them would voluntarily leave because their weapons and their beer money wouldn't be subsidized anymore. Okay? 23. Removal of all occupation infrastructure in the Palestinian territories. This one is very, very serious. So that wall has to come down. The wall with the automatic machine guns, if you go too close, the wall that will spray you with deadly gas and all kinds of other nonsense, yeah, that will have to come down. With the drones and the spies and the watching every step and monitoring everyone's phone call. No, man, it's a sovereign freaking country. Go home. Okay? Palestine needs to be a sovereign country, and the Israeli crazy people, they need to go home. Nobody in the entire world would suffer this. Okay? The patience of the Palestinians is unbelievable. I could not see Jamaicans. If they tried this in Jamaica, what would happen, my brethren? Oh, man. So if you tried this in just about anywhere, there would be insane amounts of resistance. People would not be tolerating this much repression. But they were repressed. You have to understand, they were under occupation from the Turks, which wasn't so onerous. But then they came under occupation under the British. And then they came under occupation. And after losing everything, they came under oppression and from from the um, from the Zionists. Okay, so removing all infrastructure. I'm talking about removing the special roads. There are special roads that only Palestinians can drive on in the West Bank, and there are special neighborhoods like East Jerusalem, West Jerusalem, all that nonsense. All of Jerusalem is supposed to belong to the Arab people, especially the Temple Mount. So all of this infrastructure that they got going on, where they're policing the Temple Mount, that's done. That's done. It's all gone. All of the checkpoints, sometimes it takes them 3, 4 hours to get to work, 3, 4 hours to get home again. many women giving birth at checkpoints. You saw all kinds of things happening in Iraqi checkpoints in during that war. Um, so it's important to get rid of those checkpoints. It's important to get rid of those Jewish only barriers, Jewish only sections, because really the Palestinians in the West Bank only have access to maybe 25% of the land. The rest of it, they're just living in prisons, little small Gazas. Okay, if you see those images where they draw what Palestine looked like before the British Mandate, then what Palestine looked like in 1947, then what Palestine looked like in 1967 after the war. So there's also settler courts in the Palestinian territories where settlers get their own brand of justice. All of that kind of infrastructure has to be removed. So all occupation infrastructure in Palestine must be removed. Then Israel Palestine Truth and Reconciliation Commission, process mediated by South Africa and Qatar. And this is essential because they're saying, oh, they have to demilitarize. That's why, because they've never seen a plan. I don't know why people haven't presented a plan yet, but I'm presenting a plan. Okay? Because they talk about one isolated thing, and then of course they let everyone's minds just wander. But when you center your mind on 5 years in the future, and that 5 years in the future you see peace, you have to understand, you have to have a model for the peace. Okay? So I have a model in mind of Nelson Mandela. And if you don't have a Nelson Mandela, then you have the next best thing, Desmond Tutu. And even if you just have a Desmond Tutu, I can promise you that you have at least 6 or 7 Desmond Tutus in, well, they had that at least that many in South Africa at the time. And I just mean people of that girth and that dexterity and that tenacity and that that ability to reach out. Um, he was really ecumenical religiously, and he was really ecumenical. He loved people of all different kinds. And he was just, his smile is still engaging us, those of us who've seen him long after his death. And there are figures like that all throughout the Palestinian experience. There's a certain poet I'm thinking of. There's a certain rapper I'm thinking of. I'm talking about there's a certain politician who used to be um, in power and she's still speaking. There's a certain writer from the UK that I'm thinking about. I mean, there's certain writer who really traced back the whole experience back to the beginning and really talks about everything to do with how we've got here. And there's a certain young girl called Lioness who, who who's famous for punching an IDF soldier when she was like 4 feet tall. There's a lot of Palestinian people that makes me wonder how we talk only about the negative when we talk about Palestine, how poisoned the well is when it comes to exploring their dynamic intelligence, their understanding of suffering and intergenerational pain, their understanding of resolution of these conflicts. It's like common knowledge. It really is common knowledge. Like it's like going to Haiti and asking kids, how do you survive when you only have a one bucket of water to bathe and do everything with every day. How do you conserve? What do you do with that bucket of water? How do you make it stretch? When people are in it, they're better suited to get themselves out of it, and they know how to get out of it if they only had a door, if they only had a window, even a spoon to start digging. I mean, if you take away everything from a people, you cannot expect them to do anything. And Israel thought that they could take away everything from the Palestinians and they would just sit there and suffer. I mean, they weren't even watching the wall on October 7th. And everybody warned them. For 48 years, they warned them. And they turned their military and everything else into a laughing stock. Because all they were good at doing is beating up old men and arresting little girls and harassing people who couldn't fight back. But if they ever went to war with Hezbollah, if they ever go to war with the insurgents from Syria who've been fighting for 20 years, I mean, I don't know what they would do if they really encountered the Houthis. I don't know what the IDF thinks it would do. If you think you can, if you think after the third day of a real regional war, you would still have airplanes to fly in that little tiny speck called Israel. You'd still have some airplanes to fly, and that's your only skill. You're good at spying, and you're good at dropping bombs on little kids. And if you're not doing those two things, good grief, you got no fire discipline. You've got no discipline in the ranks. You got no respect in the ranks. I see them fighting with when they're angry at their leaders. The leader comes to the funeral. It doesn't matter what the leader is, a good leader, a bad leader. Leader comes to your funeral. They're showing you respect. You show them respect. No matter what kind of person they are, they're showing you respect. You show them respect. This guy just goes off and peels off and tries to hit him. This is a war criminal, by the way. I'm coming to the defense of a war criminal. And he's going to go out and knock off this war criminal for coming to his the funeral because he's a soldier himself. And some Knesset members have lost 2 or 3 children out there on the front lines in this war for no reason. So when I talk about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, I mean, it's something that has to happen on 24, I'm talking about, something that has to happen internally as well. I mean, there's a lot of truth that must be spoken by Israel with the Hannibal Directive and all the rest of this nonsense. I mean, what they've done to those kids, how they brainwashed them. Like, when kids are waking up from Zionism nowadays, they're going online and they're talking about it, and they're like, it was the 3rd year of university when I woke up. You're in the 3rd year of a liberal arts education, and it took you to the 3rd year to wake up to Zionism. Some people never wake up. You understand? Because Zionism, I'm going to say it, it's a brand new thing. I haven't said it before, but it's true. If I didn't say the stuff before, you wouldn't understand. Zionism is a cult. It's a cult. It's like Jehovah's Witness. Sorry, Jehovah's Witnesses, you might believe in Jesus, but the organization you're a part of is a cult. Okay? Jehovah's Witness is a cult. If you try to leave, you got a problem. If you try to leave Zionism and you start advocating for Palestinians in Israel, it's not going to go well for you. You're going to be doxxed just like a Jehovah's Witness. Understand why I use that reference. Because Zionism is secular religion. It's like Nazism. It's either you're down with the Nazi book or you're not. If you're not a Zionist, you're a non-person in Israel. You're persona non grata. And a lot of people are getting the heel and the boot in Israel. So when I say number 24, Israel Palestine truth and reconciliation process mediated by South Africa and Qatar, I'm saying, why isn't Israel leading the peace process? Because they're incapable. They're incapable of doing anything to do with peace. Hamas has said it. Hezbollah has said it. Other armed groups have said it. The reason we're carrying weapons, even Yasser Arafat, the only thing that Israelis respect is superior firepower. Only thing, the only time they've ever gotten any peace deals was after warfare and military actions. So if you wonder know why they attacked on October 7th, it was because they became irrelevant. They were trying to go around them. They were doing all kinds of things to Palestine. They were already, listen, the genocide was already planned. When when Benjamin Netanyahu came with his poster of Israel only to the United Nations, he had just announced that the new Middle East was about to arrive and there was no Palestine. And he said that to the entire United Nations. At that point, Al-Aqsa flood was a certainty. He did it to himself. He said the thing that set the thing in motion. If you just look at it, that's why Antonio Gutierrez said, rightly so, he said, Hamas is to blame for October 7th, but what Hamas did not occur in a vacuum. There were breadcrumbs. And there were no other breadcrumbs. There's no other way Hamas could have gone for the Palestinian people to exist. I don't think you understand. Hamas didn't attack to kill Jews. Hamas attacked to save Palestinian identity. As you can see right now, Noga Arbel is after Palestinian identity. Getting rid of UNRWA. Part of my presentation, I feel so sorry I don't have it all for you because so many slides, like 900 slides. You can't sit through it, but even to talk through the headlines is 5 hours so far. But UNRWA, right? One of the main things it does is keep statistics all the way back to 1947 when they started. They have statistics, probably better than any other statistics in Palestine. Getting rid of UNRWA would get rid of Palestinian identity once and for all. It's the only thing they couldn't blow up. And don't think they haven't thought this through. Don't think there's not some wingnuts in the Mossad thinking maybe we should blow up. But how do you blow up what's on the internet? I don't want to tell them it's on my computer. How do you blow up something that everyone has access to? Everybody has access to the internet. So what they have to do is get rid of the organization that has access to the statistics. Because another organization has their own processes and their own documentation and their own bureaucracy to reproduce what UNRWA has with 33,000 employees in 5 countries and 13,000 in Gaza. It's utterly impossible. Just to even when Canada sent $40 million, I just sigh. Give $40 million to a guy like me, I will make every dollar count. Give $40 million to UNICEF, and you'll have a wonderful ad campaign and some more liberal arts education agenda items. But listen, man, if you want to feed people, clothe people, if you want to shelter people, if you want to save them from genocide, if you want to provide them with medical care, you got to go with UNRWA. So remove 24 is truth and reconciliation, and that is between Israel and Palestine. Then 25, banning Zionist lobbying in the Western world. I'm sure some of you have read ahead. Yeah, man. If you want peace, banning Zionist lobbying in the Western world, banning APIC, for instance, in the US. There is, and notice I said Zionist lobby. Listen to my words. When I say Zionist, I mean Zionist. When I say Jewish, I mean Jewish. I don't have to belabor that one. 26, ending Jewish supremacy in law and practice. Ending supremacy ends racism. So if you want to end racism against Palestinians and Arabs in Israel, you end supremacy in law, then you end it in practice. And it will take generations. If you ask the guys that did the Nakba, that just took their machine guns, this is when you draw a straight line. This guy had 200 bullets, and he said all he knows is he went into the Palestinian village, and he's laughing about it at 90 something years old. I emptied my gun. He emptied 200 bullets into civilians in a Palestinian village, one guy. And he's laughing about the war crime, and he's never been prosecuted for it. Can you imagine what that does to a society when your elders are mass murderers? The well was poisoned from the beginning. So the banning the Zionist lobby, then 26, ending Jewish supremacy in law and practice. When I say law and practice, you know the legal guys probably can find a better terminology than I can, but what I mean is when you go to the bank, your loan is not held up because you're Muslim. When I want a building permit in East Jerusalem or West Jerusalem, it's not held up. Nobody's going to be questioning the building code on Al-Aqsa Mosque because they were thinking of tearing it down, which is another reason why they invaded on October 7th. You got to read the document. So ban them. Ending Jewish supremacy, 26. 27, reducing military influence and culture on Israel's society. Reducing military influence and culture on Israel's society. That means ending the mandatory. So listen, some of these were UN initiatives. Some of these are people-led initiatives. This is a young Jewish, I'm not saying Zionist, young Jewish initiative. Those of you who've woken up and are waking up now, we love you. Please take over your country. Because we need to reduce the military influence and culture on Israel's society. Right now, the fights at the Knesset, there's fights between the military in Israel and the civilian government, and there's not supposed to be. Just like Zelensky, Netanyahu tried to fire his military leader and had to hire him back. You know why? Because these are weak nations. Let me tell you something. Israel and Ukraine are strong militarily, but weak politically. I just gave you the indication, not going to repeat it. So, reducing military influence on culture and society means I saw this teacher teaching pure racism, had his M4 slung over his shoulder. He had an assault rifle over his shoulder teaching children in school. If you think that gives you an image of the dirty South back in the time of Jim Crow, it should, because they're living under Jim Crow in Gaza and the West Bank and Jerusalem and all of Israel if you're of Palestinian or Muslim descent, or even Christian descent for that matter. Jeez. Reducing military influence on the culture and the society would really transform how the IDF transform it into a professional army, not a whole bunch of guys who are weekend warriors who we see have no discipline and no business behind the end of a gun. They have no business. They make bad decisions. They shoot people with their hands up. They shooting into buildings. I haven't seen. They're shooting into buildings without seeing their enemy. They don't even see anybody before they fire. They shoot first, ask questions later. That's why it's all women and children. You think that one's hard? 28. Ending political Zionism, whose goal, Herzl's Jewish state, was achieved in 1947. So Herzl's goal was achieved in 1947. We shouldn't be going back there again to talk about Theodore Herzl because it's over. You have a Jewish state. Do you want to keep it? If you want to keep it, put away Zionism because Greater Israel is not going to be allowed. There's no way anyone's going to sit down and watch you take Jordan and watch you take Lebanon and watch you take Syria and watch you take Iraq. If you think they're going to sit around and watch you take Egypt all the way to the Nile so you can draw out Abraham's Greater Israel and achieve that, see, it went all the way from the Garden of Eden, which is at the mouth of the Euphrates, all the way down to the Nile, and all the way across Saudi Arabia, all the way to Qatar and them. All of that is Greater Israel, including Israel, Lebanon, and all that stuff, all the way to Turkey. All the way into Turkey, actually. To be technical. And it all depends on which interpretation you have. But it's that kind of taken over all of the Arabian lands, basically. And that's Greater Israel. And that's what Ben Gavir and Smotrich would like to do. And that's why, Palestinians are just a stepping stone to them. So unless you end political Zionism like radical feminism, just don't stop. It will keep going. Once it's reached parity with men, it will just keep going. It's just like the LGBTQ plus agenda. They receive all the rights that they want. It's not their fault. It's the design of these kind of radical movements. They just keep going. They never stop. If they stop, they cease to exist. It's progress or war. They cannot stop. They're like sharks. If they're not consuming, they're dead. So political Zionism would never stop having settler movements. If we settled everything today and demilitarize the Palestinians. They will be gobbled up tomorrow. They knew this when they didn't give Palestine a state in 1948. Okay? So if we want to save the people of Palestine once and for all, unless we want to save them every generation, then we're going to give them a secure state. Okay? And we're going to take away the teeth of the shark. Okay? Feed them bagels. I love bagels. So, reducing military influence, ending political Zionism, and if any of you are still left, ending the Jewish culture of victimhood. This is the most serious one. Retiring anti-Semitism and the Holocaust. Holocaustism, all at once. So ending the Jewish culture of victimhood, retiring anti-Semitism. They just keep revising it. His name was Corbyn, a man with a heart for Palestine, a man for the heart of struggling people, would have been an amazing leader in the UK, but the Zionist lobby destroyed him. Destroyed not only his political present, but they destroyed his political future. They wiped him out politically on the question of anti-Semitism, and some of his closest allies and aides were Jewish. And they also were given death threats. Played some of the death threats in the stuff. So go and listen to that reporting. It's amazing because she's given death threats like she's a goyim. She's not a goyim. She's Jewish. But when you're down with the Zionist agenda, a Jew becomes a self-hating Jew. That's what they call them. But they're not really hating themselves. They're just opposing Zionism. And opposition to Zionism is exclusion from the club. You're no longer Jewish. And I don't mean that they could take away your Jewishness or your practice or all this kind of stuff. But as I told you, it's a cult. They close ranks and you're on the outside. That's better said. So ending political Zionism, very important, but then ending the Jewish culture of victimhood. Stop taking Elon Musk to the death camps. Okay? Tear down Auschwitz yourselves. Tear it down. It's not good for Germany that it exists. Wherever the death camps exist, tear them down. It's not good for Germany, and it's not good for Israel. And if you guys don't understand that, well, I got time. But it's really fundamental to understand you got to get rid of Zionism and you got to get rid of the victimhood. Because the victimhood and the Zionism together make a brand of hate that leads to genocide. You see the 28 and 29? Genocide every time. 28 and 29? Genocide every time. 30, next stage, Arab-Israeli peace process mediated by the state of Palestine. Are you hearing me? If you want to have a peace process that is cemented in stone, that lasts for generations, like the pyramids, well, you're going to need God's blessing. But if you want the next best thing, if you want a peace process that is guaranteed for a good generation, then The Arab-Israeli peace process should be mediated by the state of Palestine. It shows everybody that Israel has made restitution, given recognition and acceptance of Palestine. And Palestine is the gift. A stable, safe, independent, secure Palestine is the gift Israel gives back to the world and says, I'm sorry. Then, 31, we reinstate Israel in its UN membership. And then 32, the removal of all sanctions. If you're still here after 5 hours and 20 minutes, these are my 32 proposals. And if you like any of them, please indicate below. It's been my pleasure to deliver them to you. I'm sorry if I rambled on and repeated myself once or twice. It's kind of hard when these things are on your heart and you're writing about them in other when I'm writing about something, you'll hear me repeat it over and over again until I get it out of my head. And it's been a pleasure to get some of this stuff out of my head so I can move on. Because my heart, just like so many of you, my heart just goes out when I see the ambulance attendants in Palestine. After working in Haiti, when I see these people, man, these are the best of the best of the people that I'd see in Haiti. These are every single person that I'm seeing in Palestine. The stranger that's digging through the rubble for a little girl. I found a little girl, and there's digging out this little girl out of there, and it's doing first aid and CPR. And one time, this guy's transporting two little girls. He's out of Gaza now, but he was reporting then. He had a beard. Everybody knows him from Al Jazeera. I know he's independent. I think I'm not even sure, but anyway, he has these two little girls, one on either side, and they're all bloodied, and he's just holding these little girls, and it just transports you right there. He's one of those guys that just he looks like a Muslim brother that you know from work, and he just transports you right into the scene. When you're seeing that Palestinian reporter, I think he's the bureau chief for Al Jazeera, lost so many family members, and they just put their arms like that, and they just like this, and they just say their prayers. Then there's this father that said, Palestinian Gazan men don't cry. Gazan men, we don't cry. We don't have time. We don't have time to cry. We have time to do this. We have time to do that. We have time to do that. We don't have time to cry. The brave little boys, especially the brave little girls, they come up to the camera and they share what they're going through. One little boy said, I was carrying a human head. I thought I was helping the men. And then I just had a human head in my hand. And he didn't know what to do with the human head. So he carried the human head all the way following the men. The men are carrying bodies. They don't have time to take the head away from the little boy. Too much is going on. So this little boy carrying a human head. How do you get that out of your head? Then this little girl standing in front of this place. Pile of rubble. Smoke billowing all around. You're wondering what's in that smoke? What kind of cancer is in that smoke? Literally, the thoughts going through my head. And then she says, this was my school. I'm supposed to be in class right now. Imagine she's supposed to be in math class right now. Instead, she's standing on rubble, probably on somebody's body, surrounded by utter devastation, with no food, no water, no electricity. The drone was above her head. All those scenes I'm telling you, in the background of every scene, there was a drone above their heads. I hope the United Kingdom is proud of themselves for their sophistication of their death machines. Kill how many little girls? How many little boys? How are they going to make restitution? Well, that's what I think Mr. Cameron is trying to tell those folks who so recently wanted to send all of their refugee applicants to Rwanda to await their decision. I think the answer is clear. Palestine must be a state. Israel must be sanctioned. Israel must be removed from the community of nations. And all these other measures must be put in place. You have to define a clear definition of famine. And you know, and you can predict the famine. You can mathematically predict, very simple math. We can tell you how many people will die every week. And as I said, I predict over 100,000 deaths. If this keeps going until summer, we will hit 100,000 deaths. Then you're going to have the disease, and then you're going to have the this, and then you're going to have the that. And they're going to still say, because you know that's all they can say, we have not met the goals. We need to pursue. We must continue. We will not stop. We will not yield. Hamas is a liar. And then it will be too late. Then it will be too late. You will have lost your nation's people, if not the world. And all I can hope for you and all I can hope for them is that they stay strong, that you stay strong. Don't let yourself succumb to tears on this. If you do, we understand. But keep a stiff upper lip, because with the stiff upper lip, you can tell somebody else about one of these proposals and start a discussion. Because you see here, I end with reinstatement of the to the UN of Israel. But UN, they've never suffered. They've never been threatened. They've never been harmed. Since the state of Israel has happened, when have they actually had a real devastating loss? Because unknown to them, they've had an angel on their shoulder. Billions of dollars a year as gifts, not including all those not-for-profit organizations that have been around since 1900 and before. They get millions of dollars, billions, funneled into Israel and used to build illegal settlements, used to corrupt people in Gaza, to torture children. And you keep calling Hamas terrorists. Anyway, done enough preaching. I've done enough talking. I'm at my wit's end. Not really. I'm still ready to go. I would love to talk about some of these a whole lot more to really give you the full list of what all the steps in banning the Zionist lobby. It's not as easy as it might seem. But anyway, to all of you, I just want to say thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being patient with me, and see you on the next one.